Hey gamers, this is a very long one. Remember to drink water, remember to feed yourself, remember to get up and stretch, and use the bathroom.
Yes.
I have also hit record, as of just then.
Getting my materials together.
Those materials? Oh no.
Shoot, I need to get my materials.
Yeah, you took a bunch of notes.
Yeah, notes about the thing that I just reviewed, but no notes about the thing I did not have time to review.
Right.
So I'm only half prepared today.
So, yeah. Vamp has done aspects 3 times in 3 different groups, and has done classes no times.
Not entirely. I did classes like half, like a week, 2 weeks ago, and then like a half today. But I forgot basically everything from the week before, so the this time today doesn't count much.
Mm-hmm.
I see. I did not know that there were materials I should have been boning up on.
Oh, I mean, you're already boned up on them.
You're the expert. You're the
Oh no.
Yeah.
No. I'm not a student who came to class unprepared. I'm the fucking professor who came to class unprepared. That's terrifying.
Yeah, you're the expert witness we called in to instruct us on the ways of classpecting.
You don't need to bone up. You're the boner.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can lead the charge here. I can just call on you to bolster me.
I'm kidding. I remember classpecting. Just to be clear.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it should be fun once we get to... I'm excited about classes in particular because I haven't heard Aura's thoughts in conversation since I put out... What did I call it anyway? The class wheel. That's right. But yeah, I suppose we'll probably start with aspects. That makes the most sense.
All right, hopefully that mic noise wasn't too bad. I had to move a wire so that it was out of the way.
How's your levels?
Probably fine. We're hovering between -12 and -6.
Is this
I mean,
volume
the
good?
real concern is like when we start laughing and stuff, does it like start clipping?
Let's find out.
Yeah, or if I talk like this, how's this?
Yeah, when you...
Looks fun.
I mean,
When you
it's
talk like
it's
that,
fine
it's
on
fine.
my end. I can just turn you guys up on this end, so it's more just a matter of the recording.
When I did my laugh, my very powerful laugh, there was only one little micro instant of clip. So I feel like that's pretty good.
All right. It should be better than last time.
Though I do have to emphasize, only people like us even notice that shit.
It depends.
I mean,
Depends
obviously.
on how much it clips. I mean, maybe I just notice it more than most people. So I just feel like I'm most people and then like
Yeah.
fill in.
Like,
the
do you
blank.
think perhaps that the intersection of autism and audio engineering expertise might have something to do with how much you think normal people experience this one niche aspect of the medium?
I mean,
This is XKCD geologist comic.
Misophonia is like massively comorbid with autism, right?
I believe so,
I'm
yes.
pretty sure it is.
yeah, in some aspects. On the other hand, though, like, I do know it's like a rule of like YouTube that people complain about audio. Like, that's the first thing they complain
Yeah,
about.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure if you
Hard
did
clipping
an
is-
Oops All Clips episode, people would not be happy about that.
Yeah.
Release that as a
Yeah.
Patreon bonus.
Nothing unsalvageable so far, even in the Neurotypeline, which is kind of amazing.
I imagine we'd have to do a lot to get it to be unsalvageable. Like, I think of the stumbling that I did on my very first video, knowing nothing about like audio editing or anything, where Tarbuck listened to it and even he was like, you need to just re-record this whole thing because I'd messed it up so bad.
Did I ever tell you guys about there's the podcast Sardonicast, and there was an episode of that where one person's audio was so bad he had to just like dub over and like pretend he was in the podcast.
That's hilarious.
No.
So he's doing stuff like, woo.
I mean, anytime that I've done a joint venture, like in the old days, where I was having a conversation with, let's say, certain people, I had to go back and overdub their voice for privacy purposes. So, like, I was doing a voice at the time, but it was surreal talking to myself in this way. It was actually very hard to do.
Because you're not in the moment anymore. Or like, well, you weren't in the moment, but still.
I was never in the moment because my moment was over here.
Yeah, so it's even better.
It's the looking in the mirror of voices, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember a pitch I gave, definitely to Koi, maybe to you as well, of doing an asynchronous podcast where someone just records all of their lines and then the next person records all of their, like, tries to reframe them and make an interesting conversation out of it.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure I recorded a bunch of that and sent it to someone.
You sent it to me. I think I still have it. Maybe I should just fuck around with that.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I said.
Post it and call it a conversation out of time.
Yeah.
I'm out of touch. You're out of time.
I think we forgot to introduce ourselves last time.
Oh, we probably didn't.
I guess we should do that.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely did.
I think our MO, our procedures for this is to just start talking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just talk.
I'm Tarbuck Transom, omnidisciplinary craft right and indestructible super god. How you doing?
I'm not a vampire. I don't have a ready set introduction, so I write, I make videos sometimes, and I'm definitely not a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Oro. It's interesting being a guest on one of these rather than the host. I'm a writer, general, miscellaneous internet creative. I run Ouroborista.cafe, which is a very cool website on the internet that you should visit.
Ooh, website plug.
That and I invented Classpecting.
You invented Classpecting.
Yeah, just throw that in there at the end.
And I'm Urcoy. Interesting being the host of one of these. Audiophile, phobe, and engineer. You know, the works. So today we're going to be talking Classpecting as much as we can. Maybe the whole thing, just going over it. My thoughts on this kind of thing tend to evolve each year slightly, mostly just working out kinks or old ways of thinking about them, but generally it stays mostly the same. Yeah. Should I just start going, or do you have any questions before we jump right into it?
I mean, to introduce the subject at a meta level, for the totally uninitiated, there was this multimedia project that is nominally a webcomic for once upon a time called Homstuck. And eventually they got to like some fancy fantasy type stuff where people had classes and aspects and god modes and such. And the fandom has spun that out into a personality typing system, which, as you may notice from watching the show, is one of our favorite things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very
This
much
won't be
so.
the last.
It should be noted also that this is controversial. Some people really don't like making it into a personality typing system.
Oh,
They
really?
want it to be something that, like, the framework of the fictional game in this webcomic forces upon you for, like, broader narrative reasons more so than based on the specific role you fill in that narrative, which, to me, betokens such a, like, complete misunderstanding of how stories work. Like, sure, the narrative does strange, fucked up things to the creatures within it, but assuming that this thing was written by a person with ideas, storylines that they have planned, etc., they sure would put characters who suit or interestingly don't suit these roles into the positions the narrative forces them into, because that's how you write a story. You don't just put some random schmo into scenario X and hope that it shakes out interesting. That's just unhinged.
Right. you wouldn't, for instance, if you were writing the first fantasy novel, you would not have like your paladin character be against type necessarily, because there's not a type, but you're constructing the type right now.
Yeah, there's nothing
against.
interesting to play with there yet on the thematic level. Yeah, exactly.
And that's a little bit strained as an example, because obviously the paladin was an epithet for the knights under Charlemagne, and not like a a half knight, half cleric combo class from D&D.
That's news to me. Yeah.
Did you seriously just what's a paladin?
Yeah, like I thought it was just the class from D&D or like some vague fantasy class. I, generally the history boy, did not know this.
Yeah, this is why in Mask's game, like the paladin was Roland with the indestructible sword Durandal, because that's what it was like in history.
In my defense, I did not read Mask's game because I had trouble reading Mask's game and had trouble playing it.
It was an indecipherable block of text. Yeah, I gotta give you that. So,
love ya.
Yeah, see you in a couple days.
just never post this. That'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
They'll never know.
If the previous episode is anything to go by, we're never going to post this one either. Urcoy.
Yeah, I still would love to hear what this previous episode was about.
Yeah.
I quite liked the first one.
Getting caught up in things. I think I still need a bit more streamlining on my editing process and just work process in general.
Mm-hmm.
Like getting home and like not opening certain like I can't open Discord or my browser without like totally messing up the workflow. I kind of have to just get right into it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I generally recommend that people get those like weird parental supervision programs to let your child not look at bad websites or open programs that they shouldn't. Like, that's just a great tool to have in your belt for, well, I don't want to do these things, and this turns it into too much of a hassle to circumvent the security bear traps I've put in my way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and it just works.
it feels weird. Like, I shouldn't need this sort of thing. Like, the shamey, guilty part of my brain's like, I shouldn't need this. I should be strong enough. I should have the willpower. But sometimes willpower just doesn't work. So you need to just disable the ability to leave YouTube comments, and then you won't even check the comments.
Yeah. I consider this kind of thing to be like virtue ethics brainworms. Like, it doesn't really matter if you're like a good, like productively minded person who shouldn't need this if at the end of the day you don't get thing done. Like, that's what actually matters. I'd rather not have to have had the willpower and get it done, rather than like having exerted a bunch of willpower and feeling really good about how like productive my mind is working while getting less done because for some reason I constructed an environment in which I had to put way more work in than is strictly necessary. And I could have done the same thing with just, bear traps.
Yeah. The people who are the most effective at stopping themselves from doing highly addictive things, the people who have the best impulse control and the best long-term planning are the people who rearrange their lives to use as little willpower as possible, because it's an exhaustible resource.
Yeah, Tarbuck and I were just talking about this. Like, I generally don't have time or like don't have space in my day to actually respond to messages. And we were just talking about how there is a way where I could basically force myself to have that time, because I've cut off every single route, single other thing that I could be doing other than responding to Discord messages. Like, and how, that would actually work. That would actually get me to do the thing that I want to do, but don't do, because there's so many other things I could be doing instead.
Yeah.
It's unclear whether willpower is like real.
Yeah.
It really depends on how you're defining it, because like it's kind of nebulous and it's just like effort and stuff. So yeah, just set up, engineer your life,
I think there's been studies or something. I haven't looked at this stuff in years, but I think I heard somewhere that like relying on willpower, the people who try to do that the most are usually the ones who fail. Whereas, like, if you make it so, like, you're not even relying on willpower, you just can't do it, you'll be just more successful, because willpower, like, is set up to fail. You are constantly making decisions to do something over and over and over again, and that well burns out. You only have so much decision-making power throughout the day.
Yeah. Yep. You're referencing the video that we watched by the Health Nazi.
Oh, geez, damn it.
The video is called Willpower is for Losers, or something like that.
Yeah, bad people can have good ideas.
Yeah.
Through no merit of their own.
I feel like people generally have this intuition. It just, for some topics, falters and dies miserably. Like, if someone told me, oh, I have this lion cage with a lion in it, and instead of locking it, I will do a bunch of combat training and make sure to be hyper-vigilant to, if the lion goes out of its cage, I'll be able to run away or defend myself. Like, dude, this is insane. Just lock the fucking cage.
Yes. And speaking of staying on topic.
Oh.
Yes, thank you.
Whoops. We did it again. We did the thing that we always do.
It'll happen every time.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I guess we have actual reason to stay on topic this episode.
Right. Okay, so...
Classpecting, for those of us who've actually not read Homstuck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's so many elements of Homstuck, this being one of them, that haunts my life despite my not having actually ever read or meaningfully interacted with a page of Homestuck. Like, there's Troll Rom, there's, like...
I feel like Vriska comes up all the time.
Vriska comes up all the time. Who is
that?
I literally couldn't pick her out of a lineup.
I think I only could. Like, I can, like, if I've got a lineup, like, I can't, like, draw her from memory, but I can pick her out from a lineup because I've just seen her everywhere. And I don't know what she's about.
I feel like this is, like, admitting that you don't know what Kirito looks like.
Yeah. Some people might not know what Kirito
honestly,
looks like.
I kind of get it, because she goes through such a variety of identifiable design elements, where people would be, oh, she's the girl with the eye patch, but she doesn't always have the eye patch. Oh, she's the girl with the, like, metal arm. Doesn't always have that. There's so many things that you could lock onto as, this is how I will recognize Vriska, which will bite you in the ass. So, yeah, no, this doesn't sound entirely implausible. Though I, of course, consider it a grave moral crime.
Naturally.
There's several different modules to Classpecting, different elements, which a lot of typologies out there tend to develop multiple modules to them, different layers going on, just because you kind of need that. You kind of need different kinds of approaches to get a holistic sense of somebody or a character. The two major ones, aspects and classes, those are what's working together to create, like, most of what's going on. There's some weirder ones. There's, like, Lunar Sway, and then there's the strange the Bloodcast thing. But
oh yeah, I've never really interacted with the blood racism thing.
Yeah,
it's barely a thing.
There's not much reason
the what now?
Yeah,
like I came prepared for class in aspect.
Homesticklers have color-coded blood classes. That it's like how much of a noble purple you are, or something. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, it does not matter for these purposes.
Yeah. So aspects, they're generally arranged in a circle or a wheel, in sort of clock positions.
And the wheel's not, like, first-party canon. Or at least it wasn't initially, is that right?
It was...
Yeah, it wasn't when the comic finished. Apparently it existed previously, according to, I think, a statement Hussey made, and the, like, Extended Zodiac was definitely commissioned by Hussey, so it's certainly endorsed, but it's not capital C canon as a thing that occurs in the work itself. It's more word of gaudy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which means that in the development cycle of the comic, it was like the aspects were probably invented first, and then they were arranged into this wheel in a way that makes sense to people after the fact.
Yes.
Whether by Hussey or by somebody else doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Hussey, by the way, is the person who wrote Homestuck.
Yes.
Yeah,
Gotta say that
you're not just calling someone a hussy.
Andrew Hussey, they, them. Well, Andrew Hussey, any, all. But if you want to signal that you aren't a terrible person, it's generally good form to use they, them.
All right. Something I wanted to do is sort of explain these sort of in pairs, sort of the opposites they go by. That's generally how I tend to understand them. I know some people are not a huge fan of dualism. I think the two-sided nature kind of helps.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think for someone like me coming into it, not knowing Homestuck and like only interacting with this for the first time, I think the duality helps organize them and make it like
Stick in the mind.
like stick in the mind, but also like divide them out, because there's some that are similar, like they sound like they ought to be similar, but they're not. And I think like pairing it with like its duality opposite helps to emphasize that.
There's similar emergences like kind of woven throughout, but they're coming from different places.
Yeah.
Basically. I guess I will start with...
Well, what is an aspect?
Yeah, so an aspect, there's a few different ways to look at it, or a few different things that they do. You know, the straightforward one is just they're a type of superpower you have. You know, these are actual abilities and ways you can manipulate the universe around you.
Which one is super speed?
Super speed? It depends.
Would
You can
probably be in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where it fits best.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about them. They're not super direct necessarily. Like they're interpretable.
Okay, so there's like flash style speed, and there's zoom the reverse flash style speed, and those are different aspects.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Time pretty consistently has time travel as well as freezing time, which can be considered pretty extreme examples of going fast.
Yeah. But I could also imagine breath, for example, as being part of going fast.
Yeah, because breath is
a version of that.
Wind, quick, easy movement, etc.
Yeah, so there's that aspect of aspects. But there's also thematic, where there's different types of story elements and types of things that they're about. That could be emotionally or intellectually or ideas.
They're like themes.
Threads that they pull on. Yeah, themes.
Yeah.
So we had breath earlier, and breath is not only like movement, literal wind, but also liberty by being able to like flow through things. It's detachedness, those kinds of things. A general thematic domain, usually pretty intuitively the thing you would think about for a certain word.
And then there's also sort of an angle of like a different way of engaging with things mentally, like through the subject, for example. So like the way that people from a certain aspect are and the way that they think about the world might be flavored differently. So sort of an aspect as a first person lens in a way.
Like a framing.
Yeah, framing.
A framing, a one-size-fits-all metaphor.
Yeah. The way I've been thinking about it is kind of like you're given like this big topic. What's the thing that you zero in on as like the important part of it?
Yeah.
Like what's your inroad to tackle it?
How do you try to get your head around an idea first?
Yeah. So for example, me allegedly belonging to mind, I tend to emphasize the mechanics of things and understanding how those are working, and just being really clear about those. But that can lose the plot a little bit about like what are we trying to talk about? What's like the emphasis? What are we supposed to like take away from this? type thing, because to me it's just like raw computation a lot of the time. So yeah, those are some different angles on what an aspect is.
Okay, I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but I think this way of apprehending aspects is like pretty indicative, because like if I am correctly identifying myself as a Doom player, then that should be evident when a guy like calls me out of the blue of like, hey, would you like to open a retirement account? And I said to him, sir, my retirement plans are to die in the climate wars.
Oh, no.
This conversation went on for 45 minutes.
What?
Oh God!
I had so much
Did you try
fun.
to recruit him for the climate war?
I loved confusing this normie.
Wait a minute. Was I there for... No,
No, but
I
you
was
did
not.
hear about it.
I did hear about it. This sounds eerily familiar.
And he's like, he's trying to stick to the script. He's trying so hard. And he's like, okay, well, in the case that you don't die in the climate wars, what do you imagine the last days to be? And I'm like, I don't know, like fairly Spartan. Like I'm in today's money, I'm probably looking at like $20 a week, something like that. In terms of total expenses.
This feels like I'm reliving a repressed memory.
He was constantly befuddled by like my doom flavored forecast of my future life and everyone else's.
He was not ready for this.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Also, before anyone complains, like the thing Koi just described is like these are generally the sorts of approaches people will take to class-specting, but this explicit formalization into these three like ways of approaching it is something that I came up with back in the day.
Yeah, I did want to point that out as well.
Yeah.
Please direct all of your angry comments to Ouroborista.
Yes. Send your death threats to telemagnetics@protonmail.com.
I thought Proton Mail turned evil.
And less good, but you know. And it's still a fine service.
Okay.
So yeah, domain of an aspect is the kind of, like the general symbols it has. So for breath, this would be wind, like stylistic markers.
Mm-hmm.
Force is the like driving ideology in a way behind it, the thing that the aspect instantiates in the world. And material is this again all-purpose metaphor, or the way you would approach a problem, the kind of thing which would make you say, I intend to go die in the climate wars. Like the fact that that is your first approach, like retirement, now immediately jumping forward to the thing where like all value I could possibly get from this is decimated.
Right.
Or, you know, the way that those hustle culture people like approach absolutely everything in life with this kind of efficiency, productivity. How can I like absolutely minimax this? That would be like a very time material approach to just absolutely fuck everything.
Just want to have the most value extracted out of me, abstracted into currency, and then have most of it stolen by some other guy.
Yes.
Man, I can tell you're not Hope. Okay.
Okay. So with the what is an aspect, kind of out of the way in that way. Oh, right. The other thing. We're going to be using a lot of like Homstuck jargon in here, like player. This happens because the world of Homstuck is like a video game within a video game as a means of escaping the heat death of the universe or something.
No, basically exactly that.
Yeah. And so like your class is actually like your character class, and your aspect is like your actual aspect, etc. So when you are one of these when you have one of these themes in your life, you are a that player.
Yeah.
And you should conceive of yourself both as like a player of a game, but also a character in a narrative. And it is a way of narrativizing life and reality, which I think is actually like pretty solid. Like,
Yeah.
we structure our narratives the way that we do because of the structure that life follows already. So there should be themes like this that crop up in the real world.
Oh, that's a whole nother conversation. Yeah. We should add that. Like, I'm going to put that in the chat to add that to the list of topics for one day, because I want to talk about Classpecting, but that's a good topic.
Mm-hmm. So if you hear, like, void player or void bound,
Yeah,
we'll
same thing.
be using that fairly often.
I'm a drink player. I'm tapping this can. I'm tapping this can. I'm oh yeah, cracking that can directly into the mic. Watch Vic and Hope.
All right. Well, anything else, or do we want to get into these?
Yeah, I feel like I have onboarded people enough in a roundabout kind of way. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for on board. All right.
I'll stop getting out of your way as soon as I am done saying that I'm going to stop getting out of your way, which I think is a necessary thing to acknowledge and a helpful thing to the framing device of the podcast.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
You have the floor.
I sure do. Speaking of the floor, so let's start with space and time. This is usually, at least in universe, conceived of as like the primary aspects, or like, sort of nothing is possible without these. These are just like the canvas through which everything else is painted upon.
There's hopefully like arrows or something pointing to which ones are representative of space and time.
Yeah. I can put images. So yeah, space. Sort of about vastness or stuff generally. How do I put this? Like, kind of maximizing the amount of flavor that stuff has, like the thingness of things.
Scope is usually my
The
go-to
potential,
word.
yeah, scope and potentiality, kind of. Like, space tends to be the most latent, holding the most number of possible arrangements kind of ready to go. Not necessarily doing things with those. In contrast to time is more like things being expended. Stuff, when stuff happens, you're necessarily burning something up. So, the flow of time, but also immediacy and sort of like moving toward death and finality, and sort of things moving into the past. It's like that thing is over, and less. It doesn't tend to be super future oriented, like not in any kind of way that doesn't pertain to immediately creating an outcome, something immediately happening. Whereas space tends to be more about that, like thinking about the future and like, here's all the things we could be and do.
Space is a pretty big picture, while time is zoomed in on the moment.
Yeah. A metaphor I really like here is for search processes, if this means something to people, that space is completely breadth first and time is depth first.
Okay.
Pretty much.
That's a really good, like, that's a helpful way of communicating that to me.
Like, time is get thing done, then next thing. Space is like hold all of this in view, and maybe any of them might ever get done, potentially.
Okay. That pretty, like, concretely throws me into the space half of the chart, because everything is, you can form an axis with any opposed pair of aspects. And it's just that time and space are like the clearest ones.
Yeah. Time cannot have very much breadth, because it's moving forward. If you're moving forward, moving sideways would take away from that momentum. It would take away from that direction. So it's very much a thin track right in front of you.
So time is also like a time management kind of thing. Where if you're spacey, you probably don't care about time management.
Yeah, you would more have to like set yourself up for it and rely on that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's telling that I believe the only time travel that time players I ever seen doing is time travel into the past, like looping over a day again and again, kind of optimizing and giving themselves more juice within that day, working with very many instances of themselves there, which again is this like depth first thing, go like really hard on this short interval, rather than like doing something that would be a spacey use of time of like skipping forward, doing small things throughout the timeline, but like going ahead.
You're as a time bound player, you're very focused on the task at hand with like getting like the immediate things done. You're not really thinking towards the future. It's very much, okay, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this, then I need to do that.
Yeah, this is the point where I'm really asking for death threats. The wonderful Kate Mitchell used to say that time is the aspect of workaholics, which I believe is basically true.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
I turn my gaze upon you judgmentally.
Look, man, I was accepting of this, but now you're judging me for it, so I'm gonna I don't know. I was gonna say I'm gonna put up a fight, but I can't deny my nature. Okay. I'm very time bound.
Every Arch 1 member is extremely judgmental. Every Arch 1 survivor is extremely judgmental.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I'm even like wavering on it. Yeah, I'm very time oriented. I don't know what the problem is. Like, I need to get things done. No one else will. Everyone's spacey around me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's cool. You guys can like see the bigger picture and stuff. But like, the grunt work, someone's got to do that. Might as well be me.
How's that workahol taste?
Oh, it's great. Okay. I see the...
It's like coffee. It's bitter, but it's the only thing that fuels you.
Okay, no, hold on. I gotta defend this now. Because I see the script is supposed to be, I'm all like, oh, it's so taxing, but it's what I gotta do. It's worth it. No, this shit is fun, okay? I like having to jump between, clowns to the left, me, Joker's on the right. I gotta jump between both of them and navigate them. Everyone's asking for my attention. Like, I've got 3 different people messaging me, needing help. Dude, that makes me feel important. Like, I'm getting shit done. That is the best.
I have a criticism to just offer to you on a plate.
Yeah.
Then why are you always tired?
Yeah, because I'm always because I'm always having fun. That's why I'm tired.
Look at her.
Yeah. Like
those are not bags. That's the fun under their eyes.
Yeah, this is not a detriment. This is not a unnatural bad side effect. This is part of the prescription. This is what I signed up for.
There's no I in team, but there is one in grind.
Yeah, despite not being a time bound, this is very relatable.
See, I'm glad I could defend my position and not make me sound like I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, because I fully agree. No one else ever does shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's kind of like, you need a realist amongst your dreamers, okay?
Yeah, and it's a nice little feeling, just being a machine doing what it's supposed to do. And ticking another checkbox. It's just good.
Gears go burr.
Yeah. That's why you've got sidekicks, You got the hero, you got the villain, talking about their scheme. Well, someone's got to do the actual work.
Mm-hmm.
I shudder to think about your Ryasek type.
I have no idea what that is. We'll talk about that later, though.
That's a whole episode unto itself.
Okay, add that to the chat
Another
then.
time.
All right. So that's time and space.
Yeah, space and time. I think I'll tilt that axis a little bit, and we'll go with mind and heart.
Ooh, perfect.
So mind and heart, generally I conceive of this one as things you can do versus things you are. So mind is sort of similar to space in like a breadth sense. It's pretty close to it. But this one is more stepping closer into an idealized realm and trying to compute everything. It's like, now that we're stepping slightly away from the latent realm, it's like, what are all the... You can think of this in like a quantum way. Like, what are all the timelines before you? Like, this could happen, or this could happen, or this could happen, or this could happen.
Pardon, the latent realm? You want to run that one by me again?
Yeah, so like, this is sort of how I'm thinking of like space and the ones close to it. That's the more latent, or just, potentiality without happenings.
Yeah, not instantiated yet.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I mean by that.
Oh, fuck, do I not know what latent means?
Like a latent variable.
It's possible I'm using that in a bespoke way. I don't think so.
That just is what latent means.
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
in this case, kind of just not currently being in use, not being in use, not being instantiated.
Yeah.
It is there, but like
Just held in your head, held in the...
not doing its part.
held in the freezer.
Yeah.
Think of it that way. So, yeah, mind is just about, like, trying to crunch all of the numbers of, like, what could happen. And then when you have all of those, then it's like, oh, here's the best path. And, like, I already know what to do because I thought of everything, but it just, like, takes a really long time. So, like, everything is a big puzzle, basically. And that's, like, all the stuff you can do before you. Whereas heart is about the being, like what's my like essence like? What is who am I? It's a very like, this is me or this is not me. Here's the things I like, what they say about me or what they're pointing to. And it's also in a larger sense sort of about platonic ideals, like the true form of the thing, and sort of like the pull that has. Like, I keep thinking about like this particular person who did a few Classpecting videos, how they Tex Talks. When they were talking about heart, it was like the idea of like the ultimate horse or something. Like, do we know what the true horse looks like? I don't know, but like we have all these like these derivative forms like of the horse.
By the way, just a note to anybody who's ever only like sorta brushed against Platonism. This is like the thing casting the shadow in Plato's cave, or like the world outside of the cave entirely. The form, what gets translated as the form, was in Greek idea. The idea of horse. Which is why we get the ideal horse as a way of talking about it. Or like, if you're a programmer, the class of horse rather than an individual object.
Yeah. If you want to be like really pretentious, once you get enraptured in a philosophy conversation, you can call these things noumena, or nominal objects. But
Nominal.
Or noumenal. If,
not nominal, also not numinal.
Oh.
Numinal means divine. Nominal means in name only. Nominal means in idea space.
How do you
There is
spell
no reason
this?
for these three words to be so simple.
How do you spell this?
Noumenal. Nominal.
So like that?
Yes. Whereas
That's
nominal lacks the U.
It looks like the word animal got fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, that's supposed to be an E, not an I.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because nominal has an I there.
Oh, that's just so confusing.
What the hell is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, numinal with the U is divine.
It's one of those words where it feels like, it's like, yeah, that's a smart person word. Like that's outside of my depth. I don't have enough points in this area to understand this.
I don't currently remember where, but just to be an asshole about this specific thing, there's one piece of writing of mine, I'll remember and I'll send Koi a link, that uses the phrase, it's nominally, noumenal.
Oh,
Fucking god.
that's fun.
Devious creature.
So, in name only, eideatically divine.
Writing is beautiful.
And then nominal with a G is when you're talking about like one of those little guys with a red pointy hat that's standing in the middle of a sundial.
Good job. Fantastic. Yeah, so think of the ultimate gnome. But yeah, heart players, there's a tendency with them to be like, they're thinking about the ultimate self, like the truest self within them, and like trying to express that actively. Like you could say they wear their heart on their sleeve. They wear the aesthetics they like. Yeah, just everything. They're very expressive with it. Whereas there's a tendency, on the flip side of that with mind, mind tends to view that kind of stuff as like masks, like a utility thing. Like when I express in this way, that's not me. That's just, it's useful. So I could talk in a particular way, but it's not, that doesn't say anything about me, at least in theory. Or at least that's not something they're tracking. Like you could think of it as like code switching in a way. That's sort of how mind approaches expressing in a way.
Yeah, my general metaphor or framing here is that, like, again, heart is about the things that are essential. Mind is about the things that can be tweaked, about what's optional. Framing, etc., would be you're in a chess game. The hard way to think about your opponent's move is this in some manner aggressive? Like, what does this say about them? There's something inherent about them which like produces this move. And the mind way to think about it is, is this a good move or not? Which other moves could it be? Is this like a reasonable thing in this context? And it could be all of these things, whereas in the in the heart framing, it speaks to the like specific identity of this person, and it could not possibly be anything else.
This kind of player would do this move, basically. That's the heart.
Or like any other move would like betray something else about them, rather than being a reasonable thing in this game.
Betraying the self.
It seems like this part of it really emphasizes the imminent versus latent thing about space versus time, and how they have that kind of like axis relationship between each other.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, they're related, but they have like opposing viewpoints of basically the same topic. Just different ways to encounter the same thing.
Yeah, again, this is something like Optimistic Duelist laid foundations of the TAS. Optimistic Duelist laid foundations of this. I expand upon it a bit of like going, okay, you can actually treat all of the other aspects as like more narrowed down variations on the dynamic that time and space have. And here, like, you have this more narrowed in on kind of interpersonal dynamics or like essence of things. It's much less grand whole of reality. It's like the specific interactions. And then is it about like the one concrete core of it, or is it about the periphery, the options, the things tendriling out from it?
Spin-offs from space and time. And you could, once you understand this enough, you can really do that to any of these aspects. Like you can pick a pair and it's like, oh, I'm going to treat this as like a core aspect, and that can kind of, or a core axis, and that can kind of yield interesting things as well. You could frame it really any way you want.
Yeah. I think that kind of speaks to like how I don't have the educated words to use here, the $10 words, but like interestingly, like the well thought outness of the aspects where they're developed enough to where you could define them against each other, like for the most part, like no matter where they are on the circle on like on the map. just like there's always something to differentiate one from another, no matter where they are.
Yeah.
So from this, would you say that Nikola Tesla's habit of like prototyping objects that he was going to make in his head by just having a decent grasp of physics and then just simulating a whole bunch of different modifications of the thing, that does that to you firmly place him as a mind player because of the ideal abstract nature of an approach to making a material object?
I mean, I don't know him very well, but I would say at least that thing.
Not firmly, but that dynamic is certainly mind.
Yeah, definitely in that neighborhood.
You heard it here first, folks. Mind players want to kiss pigeons.
That is an interesting thing of like this. I see this more broadly, not just in like mind players or this framing, but like the like thinker type people having like extremely strange like personal expressions and things that they're into.
Like having a crush on a pigeon.
Yeah. Like you start cracking them open, it's like, but what do you like though? What are the things you're into? It's like, what the fuck is that? It gets all messed up. Do we have more on this pair or?
I don't, except I think heart's my aspect. Because I find myself, like, with interacting with everything, like, trying to get, like, well, why do you do this? Like, that's the most interesting part of every narrative to me, the characters, why they do what they do. Like, I immediately understand what their deal is. Like, oh, yeah, obviously, because they had this kind of backstory, like, this kind of childhood, like, you know, that's why they act the way they do like this. Like, empathy, like, is the main, mode of interacting with them rather than, like, thinking out how they ought to act in certain situations or something.
Yeah, like, anytime you and I watch a movie, I always am struck by how focused on the characterological stuff you are, where if the movie is strong in the theme and strong in the setting, but weak in the emotional internality of the character, then you're just not.
It's a terrible movie then.
Yeah, you're like not even paying attention anymore.
Yeah, it's like, man, this is so boring. Like I think that also goes into why this is something that Tarbuck and I have been talking about with RPGs, why I'm an interactionist. Is that interactionist type of player, because like that's where all of my interest goes into. I want to understand the characters. I want to see them act out their origins and what they're feeling and like act out their deals. I don't want to like just be told what their deal is. I want to see it portrayed and how that, like, how they are affected by the world and thus how they affect the world because of it.
Yeah.
And I think
I think a similar. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna add. I think then that leads to my core flaw of, oh, I understand where you're coming from. Therefore, I don't know how to solve your problem because I feel like you know, your side makes sense too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think arguments of like a very different nature could be made for void and light, but like my natural inclination is to say that heart very much is like the fan fiction aspect, because it is very much treating characters, people, things as this archetype, and you go into if I place them, like what they represent, what they ideally are, into a different causal chain or into a whole different reality, into a different setting, like how would that play out? Like examining again this ideal object which does not get represented in this one shadow cast against this one narrative reality from all angles. Like give me full lighting, like really zero in and think about them in like a boring high school setting or in whatever, in a like gritty post-war thing, like anything, a kind of thing that other people like might strain against based on, well, you can't just remove them from their contextuality when you go again. No, I want to like look at their core. I want to figure out like what all the things they could radiate into are, like what do they stand for, what do they represent.
In a different context, you would still be you.
Mm-hmm.
I would still be some part of me, and it's interesting to figure out which ones those are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that it's really easy to get my head around the heart player with the literary romantic, like the Byron-esque, my giant feelings shall reshape the world around me, kind of romantic emphasis where that dominated like writing and art for a huge swath of time.
Yeah.
People should think about feelings.
Won't someone think about the feelings?
Won't someone think about the feelings?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, in case it wasn't absolutely clear in the previous round, I don't think this is a bad thing. I really like fanfic. I've written a lot of it. This is a fun exercise.
Yeah, we're firmly pro fanfic in this space.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that you can't...
We are good people with correct opinions.
Yeah.
To paraphrase or directly quote, I forget which, an RPG podcast called Read the Fucking Manual. I don't think you can believe in copyright and be a good person.
Yeah. Obviously not.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, you can't believe in it. You can think there are good arguments for it, but just because you haven't thought about it. Like, you can't have it like as a core tenet of what you...
Right.
Of what the ideal version of you would still believe.
Right.
You can be wrong momentarily.
There are creators out there for whom copyright has not directly harmed in a way that is tangible to them, but copyright has never helped a small creator. Helped.
Uh-huh.
And if you don't think that, just find somebody somewhere and type who's posted a picture and type, "This would make a good t-shirt," and watch a bot scrape that and throw it up on Amazon, and then like watch the next 2 years of that artist trying to get it taken down in any meaningful way and failing. Copyright doesn't help you.
Mm-hmm.
So is it rage and
Should we go that way? I kind of wanted to finish up the...
Oh, you want to do the like time-space framing more? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's
okay.
a good
So
idea.
we're going
Yeah.
we're going this way.
Ooh, spicy.
So the other way, next to space and time, we've got void and light. So these mostly are kind of just about information and knowledge, where you can find them and what they can do, what they can reveal. Well, I'll start with the obvious one. Light is pretty straightforward. The main phrase I have in my mind is like hot knowledge, which is to say, it's not just about getting more information and knowing more things. It's also about like knowing really potent things that like enrich you and like either change what you're like able to think about or like enable you to do more things or enhance your life in some way. So like, yeah, like fortune, that's a big word with light.
Yeah. Relevance is the other
Relevance, yeah. And salience, I'd say as well. Like the really like big things. Yeah, and there's an interesting tendency I'm noticing with light is they tend to like to postulate a lot, where not only are you looking for new things, but you're also almost like putting your foot forward and kind of like stating what things mean before you really know for sure, like in a proven type of way. Because it is useful and sort of brings more to you because it's relevant in some way. Whereas on the flip side, void is the one that's not always obvious because like by its nature, initially you think like, oh, it's about nothing or like what even is going on here. But it's sort of the like secrets and hidden things and fringe ideas. Hard to find information, and it's sort of the main thing I'm thinking about right now is how like if light is like postulating things, the void is very much like we can't know, or like we don't know that yet because it's
Questioning
not.
things.
Yeah, questions and like.
Yeah, like, okay, but what if it isn't that way?
Yeah, what if it isn't that thing? And it's more in that way like scientific in this grunt work type of way, where it's like you can't make any statements for sure about what something is. And I think that actually is sort of the like what puts it on the side of space in the latent area, because it's like you can't collapse down into like this is what we need to focus on. It's keeping it open in that way, which it tends to be a point of frustration on the other side. I'm gonna let this cat out real quick.
The way I've been thinking about it, that I actually like got from you, Oro, is basically for Void, the fun is the mystery, but for Light, the fun is the answer. For Light, it's fun to think about what's the secret, what's the solution to this, whereas Void's fun is ruined as soon as you reveal what the answer is. Like, they want to think about like how crazy convoluted or like complicated the question is. They're focused on the question itself, and it's not fun anymore as soon as you try to make it solvable.
Yeah, and I mean, it would not be good luck for me to say, yeah, I agree, because you are paraphrasing me. But
Yeah.
I do agree because of this. And also, it's like a nice parallel to the framing we just did for mind and heart of the move in the chess game, where Void, again, can think about, well, what is, like, what are all the moves? What are all the possibilities that could answer this riddle? Like, there's this huge potential space of things that could do this, and that's the interesting bit. Whereas the light/heart thing to do would be either, oh, this is the essence of the thing, or in terms of light, like, oh, this is the obviously true answer. This is it. It's like, bosh, done, solved. I have now this like gleaming nugget of insight, which, you know, I like gleaming nuggets of insight as much as the next guy. But there is something uniquely fun about just pondering your orb.
Would you say that it's fair to describe Void as skeptical to the point of contrarianism?
It can definitely be that, yeah. And I can definitely be that, yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Okay.
Skeptical to the point of contrarianism, skeptical to the point of anxiety, skeptical to the point of being inutile. Like, at some point you have to, despite not knowing what the best strategy is, pick one and just fucking do it.
Oh, this is so stressful.
Yeah, again, aspects, we didn't go into this too much yet, but are kind of a material, like, vast domain of topics and concepts, and you can do a lot with them. You can do contradictory things with them, which would later be the domain of classes. And so, like, the Void being about irrelevance, about not knowing, about something being not essential, can then also lead you to, for example, the thing I brought up earlier, let's hope that stayed in the episode, about you don't actually have to be a good, dedicated, stalwartly productive person, so long as you made the changes in your environment that made you do the good thing. None of this matters. Like, the what you thought your internal, intrinsic qualities, like the truth about you, isn't all that important. Had the right thing in the world happened? It's that kind of agnosticism about, well, okay, I don't actually care about the process. I care about, like, the nuggets that are left. Like, what can I actually observe? Cool, great, good things.
Okay.
I thought of one more funny framing, where for Void, if you turn the lights on, the monster isn't scary and interesting anymore.
That's
It just looks dumb.
Yeah. Thinking about Nosferatu, like the 2024 movie, yeah, as soon as you see him, he's like, oh, he's not that scary, actually.
The things you can imagine, the things you can fill in are always more interesting.
I can't believe Robert Eggers made a bad movie. And made such a bad movie. Like, he was the GOAT.
I don't know about this.
Okay, so the Nosferatu 2024, is made by the same guy who made The Witch, also called The Witch, and The Northman, and The Lighthouse.
Ooh.
That's
a pretty void movie.
Yeah. Really cool, good director who pays a lot of attention to historical detail. Like, it's really interesting. There's parts of me watching Nosferatu that are very conflicted, because on the one hand, you never see an occultic exorcism, and you do, like, Willem Dafoe invokes Asmodeus to try and do an exorcism. That was cool to see, because that is a representation of a thing that people believed in the time period. But also, it's like the most racist version of the Nosferatu story. It's more racist than the 20s version. It's more racist than the 70s version. It's crazy that it came out this way.
Huh.
And it's also like weirdly ableist and victim blamey and misogynist.
Oh dear.
Huh.
Yeah.
Really getting bingo there. But also, I need you to share my vision briefly, because when you said Nosferatu, I did not hear New Sferatu, but News-Feratu, and picture Nosferatu as a news anchor.
Oh no! Oh, and I'm thinking of him with the Anchorman mustache and everything. And the hair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
I would actually watch the news if that's what our Anchorman looked like.
If you did a news segment type video where you were talking about vampire news or something like that, and called it Nosferatu, I would love that.
That sounds very cool.
Please do this.
Oh, remind me when I'm not buzzed.
I don't know in
hyped.
what context I ever would, but sure.
I wouldn't even know what that would look like, other than just, I don't know, trying to spoof the idea of vampire news.
This week in vampire news. Hang on. You have to use
I know 2 Romanians.
You have to use an anchor voice. This week in vampire news.
This week in vampire news.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I wanted something with a Valachian accent. That's where
that'd be cool.
I know 2 Romanians who could do the voice. I guess that's Dracula. I guess that's not Nosferatu.
That'd take a lot of practice. Oh my goodness. A lot of research.
Okay, what country is Orlok actually supposed to be from?
Shoot. I don't know. I think possibly Romania. I know that Hutter and his wife live in Germany, but I don't remember where exactly Orlok is. That's a tangent. I say as though we've not already been tangented.
Okay, back to the topic, and before we lose track of it, it would not give a complete portrayal of light to just be about knowing insightful, important info. It's also about being that. Light is not just about knowing the relevant, it's also about being relevant, being important and vital and visceral.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's very much stardom, not flashlight, what's the fucking word?
Spotlight?
Spotlight, thank you.
Like a virtuous exemplar.
Yeah. Both shining the spotlight on what is relevant and also having the spotlight shining down upon you.
Mm-hmm.
Or rather, it can be both of those. It isn't necessarily both of those at the same time. Again, different representations of this material. The material in this case being the spotlight.
Mm-hmm. And this is why you see Vriska everywhere.
Yes.
As a light player, I want to set a good example for other people, even if that good example is done in the negative.
Well, Vriska is just a good cutthroat utilitarian. I think even the people who really, really hate her would find themselves in a tough spot trying to make the argument that the world would not be significantly worse without her. They just don't like acknowledging this fact because most people don't actually believe in utilitarianism.
Just aesthetics.
Yeah.
Rip. Well, how are we feeling about that pair? Do we got that squared away?
I feel like I got it.
Little edition? Yeah, I think. Oh, but I should not be answering this. I know these things. Yeah, you do.
All
You're
right.
the resident expert.
There's stuff that I remember about the classes and the aspects and everything, but like when it came to light, for instance, I had nothing to go on other than, is it like obviousness and openness versus mysteriousness? That's what I had before going
Can be in
in.
there.
Yeah, we definitely narrowed down on that a bit.
Yeah.
We've
The
shown some light on it.
the clear versus the hidden.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep zigzagging as we approach Breath and Blood. So hope and rage. These ones are interesting. So hope, similar on, also on the potentiality end of things, but a little more forward. This is more like visions you can have of like what could be. It's like kind of like the ultimate idealism of like you can imagine like the perfect and best outcome, or many outcomes, like no matter how unrealistic they are. It's kind of like in a sense like the most unrealistic, but that's kind of like what you're reaching for.
Yeah, like utopianism to,
Yeah.
in the ideal case, to find what you are even aiming at.
So if mind, which is adjacent to it, is idealism in the Platonic sense, then hope is idealism in the cause girl sense.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what's
Pause,
most
girl?
like. It's not really what is realistic. It's not like the best best situation, best thing that you can imagine given the current circumstance. It's what do you like if everything were perfect, how would you want the things to be? Like, you know, like there's probably a bunch of changes that would need to be made to the system, and that's fine, but like this is the actual ideal. This is the thing on the pedestal. This is what you want reality to be.
If we're making wishes.
Yeah, if we're making wishes, like the aspect.
Yeah, in the utilitarian framework, this is the thing you're sacrificing everything for.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like the highest good,
The greater
absolute
good.
aspirational extreme, the dream.
Yeah. A cause girl is a femme-coded archetype of a girl who takes up a lot of idealistic causes.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that before. Okay, yes.
Maybe with a grasp of the underlying ideology. It depends from author to author as to whether or not you can accurately portray this person. And sometimes you can meet a cause girl in real life who just doesn't know their theory. And oops. If
anyone has happened to follow, come onto this because of me, it's Emma from Degrassi.
Yeah.
That's a cause girl.
Emma is the prototype of the cause girl in my head.
Yeah. And then rage on the flip side, that's kind of like having to deal with the hand that you've been dealt and like all the I mean, it skews negative in the way that it's often framed, but not necessarily. It's more like this is the reality we're in. What do I do in that, like, as hard as possible? Like, who am I in this? What's my role in this this grand play, you could say? And, like, how do I go, like, really hard on that? That could be, like, fighting against the reality that you've been dealt because it sucks. Or, like, this is great. Let me, like, express this really extremely, like Oro put it as emotions at boiling point is sort of a rage thing.
Yeah.
It seems like they're both really highly concerned with agency.
Yeah. Like, yeah, you can give all of these axes like a theme in relation to this space-time dynamic, and for heart and mind, we sort of had, interactions in a way. For light and void, we had information, as in the things you could observe, what is out there, and the theories about that. And here we do have this general idea of a goal, something to be like striving towards. And on the hope side, you strongly have like, okay, what is at the end of this tunnel? What is this gleaming vision? And on the rage side, you have the resulting friction with reality, and you have the strong impulse to raise everything that currently exists to the ground because it isn't good enough. Whereas in hope, you have this almost dissociative, like focusing on what lies ahead, what should be. Like either over-focus on what could be or over-focus on what is, both of which can be harmful. Yeah.
Yeah, I think of hope as like in musical theater sense, like your main character, the one who has like dreams of like being more than their little self right now, but that's all one day. Like I'm still like in this dead end job, but I'm gonna sing my I Want song about like this is ideally the thing that I want, but I'm not really working towards it necessarily. Whereas rage is like I'm gonna do something to get this. Like I have to actually deal with the system that's surrounding me, like the way that things are, like my way of like handling like my current situation is to deal with it rather than just dreaming about it.
So then,
yeah, but like you're already dealing with a pretty healthy representation of rage if they're going how to get the thing I want. Because like basic rage mode, like core of it is destroy the thing that is currently bad, and we can deal with the replacement, the hope thing, later. And you like already reached a kind of healthier point if you are doing the like thinking ahead, going somewhat in that direction, and having like a reconciliation with the opposite.
That's true. I think I've tried to like specifically approach rage. As someone who typically thinks of rage as an inherently bad thing, I've been trying to think of it more as like, what's the use of rage?
How could you be more productive with this?
Yeah. Like where is rage actually a virtue?
And I'm really feeling the the artifacts of the author's style and concerns and way of conceiving of things, because like I'm getting this and I'm seeing value in it, but the framing of it, like calling this rage, tells me a lot about the person who wrote the system originally. And what they were fascinated by and concerned with. Like it definitely biases things toward like the axis seems to be, to me, there's a light at the end of the tunnel versus why are we in this fucking tunnel? We're not supposed to be in a tunnel.
Yep.
It certainly helps that you have played Cyclonials. The Cyclonials is very much a rage bound.
And that is reasonable to me, despite being an anger abolitionist, because we sort of live in the era of rage, and have done since at least since I've been paying attention to the world. This sucks. Why is it like this? As opposed to thinking about goals for a hypothetical future. I think like the inability to imagine the future is a significant problem in the world. It is an artifact of the total skew of like the global psychology being tilted way in the rage direction as opposed to being even slightly more balanced.
Okay. Cool. I feel like I'll have to fight on that, if I'll get briefly. First of all, I'd love to have a conversation with you about anger abolitionism at some point. Like proper one. I think we had short ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think there's good to be mined there. But also, while people are certainly angry and upset and much more interested in complaining than in building good systems that can take the place of what we currently have. Fully agree with all of that. There is nonetheless a lack of this essence of rage, the razor to the ground that we see here, because people like talking about that, certainly, but they very rarely tend to actually do it. We were both part of a conversation recently about trying not to engage with very, very terrible, quote-unquote, convenient online platforms that drain your money, don't give it to anyone, just make the world worse. And people sure do all these terrible things, feed into terrible, terrible processes because it's easy and convenient. The thing that is good about rage, and that there's much too little of in this world that we live in, is actually going deep into the spite and going, yeah, fuck you, I know I will suffer, I know I will not get convenience, but you are evil and I refuse to give you even a penny. I will fight you with all that I have, no matter how much it damages myself, because you are a fucking demon and a blight upon this reality.
Yeah.
There's a
that doesn't exist enough in the same way in which hope doesn't exist enough.
there's a lot of talk about it. I know this thing is bad, but in my circumstance, it's right because da 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 da.
To directly reference that conversation that we were a part of, you should bully people for using Spotify. Spotify should be treated the same way that generative AI use is, which is that you should be fucking embarrassed that you're not owning the files to your music. You fool.
Something pretty early on that I've decided was I'm not going to put my stuff on at least the major streaming things like Spotify and iTunes. At first it was I just didn't like it. I didn't like the experience of oh, here's this platform that interrupts you with ads every minute, and it's pay money to not have the ads, and it's that's stupid. I don't want to. It's too much of a hassle. But also the further along I've gone, I've only gotten more annoyed with the whole setup, not just with streaming, but also copyright, a lot of things. I really hate it, and I want to build more of that online as a means to bring to the offline.
Do you believe that both Hope and Rage players would be agreed that we should build more guillotines and use them regularly?
That really depends on the specific morality of the Hope player, but there can definitely be ones which believe that to be a good idea.
Okay. This is a pro-guillotine podcast, by the way.
Yeah, you got into our episodely murder endorsement.
Yeah, we endorse murder? What?
What Tarbuck does, anyway.
Oh,
well, Tarbuck's now speaking for all of us, so we're all implicated, guys.
I'm a big anti-punishment guy. Basically, doesn't do anything. Killing people is kind of a shitty solution. Again, I'm not gonna shed a tear over them. Happy to do it if necessary, but the gleaming vision is I would prefer the solution where I didn't have to. I don't need to kick someone in the face once they already have lost their power to do terrible things to people. So I would prefer not to have to, but I'm not holding out hope for that.
Right. Yeah. Again, I'm not super sad about certain people dying, but I'm also. It sort of seems like cutting the heads off hydras sometimes. It might help for a bit, but then you still gotta change systematically what is going on.
No, I don't even mean in the pragmatic sense. I just think if you actually succeeded in your aims, I think Jeff Bezos would be a fine accountant. He's probably an okay person generally. Bereft of his power, I don't see a reason to just kill him for no reason.
Just knock him down to accountant, yeah.
Yeah.
If Luigi has taught us anything, it's that these people, the bad guys of reality, have like addresses and are very murderable.
Oh God, I would prefer not to get into this one.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
talking about this now. I think for all of our safeties, we're not talking about
This did not benefit anyone or accomplish anything bigger. Again, not shedding a tear over that guy. I don't care, but there's significantly more productive revolutionary acts you could be doing than killing random CEOs. It like did nothing. It did less than any normal protest.
I really don't think so, and not in a deterrence kind of way, but in an inspiration kind of way. It like reminds people that they have agency in a very direct sense.
I suppose so.
I could be convinced of that. I'd have to be able to look into people's heads.
All right.
I know at least it reached the normie conversation like in workspaces, like where it got people saying, "Yeah, I not necessarily I'm glad this happened, but like, yeah, I see why it happened, and I approve."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. I've reached my murder advocacy quota for the episode so far.
Okay, you got your prerequisite out of the way, you know. You have to go on one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To answer the question, Hope and Rage can agree. I mean, they're on the same topic, so.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be a little bit of like approach to it.
Should we go to the next one?
Yeah.
Yes, but before that, a moment, because I'll forget later. Koi, you don't have a robots.txt page on your website. You should.
What is...
That's the thing which tells web crawlers that they can't use whatever material is on there for their purposes. And specifically, you'd want to do that for OpenAI.
Yeah, if you want to send me what's relevant for setting that up.
I mean, you're using NeoCities. You just create a file, a TXT file called robots on the main page.
Does it just exist on the main page?
Yeah.
Does it need a link to it?
This will then have... Yeah, this will then be the page... what's yours? Like, Uranium Coffee... .neocities.org/robots.txt, and we'll have user agent, for example, GPT bot, which is the like GPT one. Obviously, disallow everything, disallow slash.
Okay.
And then.
Yeah.
How much this does, questionable, but it like at least gets you the legal claim to having told them not to.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let me write this down so I remember.
This is a public service announcement to the 2 people listening to this who have a website and the 1 person listening to this who doesn't have a robots.txt file.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's a useful thing to remember is needed.
Yes.
Kill robot.
You can obviously also do this for other crawlers, but I think most other crawlers are fine, benign, and just help you with search engine optimization.
Creepy crawlies.
Yeah.
Vamp stepped away for a second.
Okay.
Oh, I'll use this opportunity to go to the bathroom then.
Okay. I'm going to grab some more coffee real quick.
Uranium coffee.
On brand. Break time. Break time. Break time. Break time.
I have returned.
All right. I'm waiting for the restroom up here to be free. Wait, there's a second one on the ground floor. I'm just going to go use that one.
Hello?
I've returned.
I see.
I have to.
Hello.
My exit was secret.
Yeah, but both the ideal versions of Hope and Rage are lacking because just ideal versions of things are lacking, and specifically people being useful and actually doing jack shit about the things they perceive as lacking in reality is just kind of a fraught endeavor. Not a fraught endeavor, but one that runs into significant roadblocks.
Would you say that the actually does stuff theme is more the purview of classes than of aspects?
No, there also aren't classes which are just, oh, this one is useless and never accomplishes anything. This, like with all personality matrices, this one also does not have an access for, okay, but like, how good are you actually at things? Are you actually competent? Every class fact, when wielded by a person who is like clever, dedicated, had some lucky rolls on various things, is a powerful thing that accomplishes good in the world. And if not, then not. And I feel like that's the case for basically all such personality matrices. None of them have none of them, except for usually the very badly designed ones, has a, okay, but how useful are you factor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could be like a time-bound player, but, bad at actually getting the things done.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of what we were talking about with rage. Like, if it's not directed, then it's like useless.
So there's
and again, that's usually not essentialism to it. Like, even if you are that.
Is one of the other modules in here at all about competence? Is that, like, is the blood racism thing about competence at all?
No.
It only in complicated second-order ways.
Okay.
Which actually aren't that complicated, so I'll give the brief overview now. So, the blood racism thing is a caste system, which, like, strongly determines the kind of job and role you have in society. And there are specific personality archetypes which are very obviously well suited to certain roles. So that just gives you an immediate boost in competence, because you're not going to get to do another job. You're not going to get to do whatever you want to because you live in a like fascist caste society. And you might have rolled lucky on your personality profile. These aren't inherently good. They're good for the role that nature assigned you to have to play, or like nature coupled with the fascist regime, which says that these attributes means that you'll have to be a lawyer now. But additionally, like, might just be well disposed towards lawyering. But yeah, in that kind of way, not in a inherently makes you good at things kind of way.
Gotcha. I kind of does one of the other personality matrix things that I know about actually talk about competence? I guess technically
IQ purports to.
IQ purports to, but actually it's just racism. It's just rating you on racism.
Wait, what is it?
IQ.
Oh, IQ. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, even in more charitable ways you take it, it's mostly just like pattern matching.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it judges you on racism for some, like, IQ does somewhat strongly predict, like, income, etc., because it's testing for things that are valued in first world countries. Like, it's testing for having had a good information in, like, a good school district school.
I think
like, speaking the language well, etc.
I think back to high school psychology class where my psych teacher gave us all like an IQ test from the US, and then he gave us one from Australia, and basically everyone bombed that. Like, I keep thinking back to that every time I think of IQ, like, and how that's measured.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, which in some sense, like, makes sense. It's testing social competences, and those are different country by country.
Yeah.
That's part of what a good IQ test is supposed to test.
You're not street smart in Australia.
Yeah. I know nothing in Australia. Like, I couldn't survive a day.
I guess I know what brekkie is from watching Bluey. And also just intuition about the word. But if you gave me that in some other context, it just some other equivalent to that, it just wouldn't work.
Also, like, really trying to get cancelled.
I'm going to gesture vaguely at the Sean the Skull video called The Bell Curve, which talks in immense detail about IQ, its origins and uses. And especially the origins part.
Good video.
With a lot of these types of systems, the corruption at its inception never gets rooted out. It's why you still get extremely racist logic in character classes in D&D, because Gary Gygax would introduce himself as a biological determinist.
Yeah, it never gets rooted out. It just gets not talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, I think you can, in some contexts, make reasonable claims about IQ tests, like, for example, within a certain culture group, etc., that, like, aren't never places where it would be useful, but basically all use of it is incredibly racist and just used to bar minorities from certain positions. But yeah, since I'm really trying to get cancelled today, I guess. Also, I should make a distinction. Like the previous getting death threats by endorsing Kate Mitchell entirely meant I stand by every word. But actual racist and eugenicist Curtis Yarwin / Mencius Moldberg, whom I do not endorse and think is a terrible person, has a quite fun quote where he says, IQ 2 at the upper end is just another personality disorder, which I believe is true.
Yeah. I have a NASA buddy who you could reasonably describe his job as the autist wrangler. He's meant to manage people whose brains are broken in a certain way that makes them useful to society, such that it allows them to work at NASA. Mm-hmm. But they can't make breakfast. So that's
this is exactly the IQ at the upper end, because it allows you to find such batshit shortcuts to normal problems that you never have to find the normal person brute force solution that society is optimized for, causing hilarious failures in the process.
This is why I prefer all-rounders to specialists.
Yeah. Work smart, but not hard, but if you find yourself never working hard, maybe just work hard from time to time. It might just teach you some things about the structure of the world you live in.
Yeah.
Where were we?
If intelligence is supposed to be a proxy for a person's general adaptability, the IQ test fails to measure that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And that's just not what it's for. No one ever designed it for that. Just some people sometimes claim that's what it's supposed to do, and it straight up doesn't. Right,
but intelligence is supposed to be your adaptability and your capacity for learning, and it just is not talked about that way outside of, like the high-level overview of what intelligence is.
Yes, because I don't know. I'm not even defending IQ tests. I'm just saying words for contextualization, because it's supposed to be within a very tight social framework where these are obviously at some age grade the things you were supposed to learn. These are the things that are important in the society. This is the lingo, the mathematics, the pattern recognition, etc. So you can just test for those and it will tell you how adaptable this brain has been over this while. But that's just not how the world works.
Right. It's better at measuring whether you consistently receive breakfast.
Yeah. Which, again, generally receiving breakfast is a thing that makes you more adaptable and better at things, in the same way in which not having to exert much willpower most of the time makes you have more willpower and be more productive. It is dumb luck. It is through no merit of your own, but it sure just does make you a better and more useful person most of the time. Not better in a moral sense, better at doing things.
Yes. More productive in theory.
Yeah.
I sure do love having my value extracted and then abstracted into currency and then having some guy take most of it.
And then explained away by, you don't have enough points.
I mean, yeah, so long as that guy's a good guy. I love having my value extracted by beneficial corporation groups whose message I endorse and who I think are making the world a better place. I would not like that to happen through my boss at firm, who is terrible.
Yeah, that sounds kink, I'm sure.
Not that my personal boss at firm is terrible.
Right. We're talking about, the ownership class.
Yeah. I work for a strange cult. I'm fine.
Right, I keep forgetting that you work for a cult.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Oro at a work retreat has gathered with coworkers on a beach in a circle and chanted, "Not a cult, not a cult, not a cult," which is cult behavior.
Yeah, it feels,
I can't believe you remember that.
it feels weird, but if you guys say you're not a cult, you might be a cult.
If you have to tell people you're not a cult, it's because you're a cult.
Yeah, as someone who's not a vampire, that's very specific behavior that I'd be concerned about.
Especially if you have to tell the empty ocean at night.
I forgot this was at
If you have
night.
to tell a friend, that's already pretty bad. If you have to tell the void, you're in deeper shit than you would like to admit.
This is such a fascinating situation. Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Not beating the void allegations ever.
Yes. No, I get myself into these situations by way of the specific character makeup which I exhibit.
Well, this is the way that you pad out your autobiography. You got to have content to put in there.
Yes.
Like we live to create content.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of think people who write autobiographies are existential failures.
Oh?
Yeah, like, writing an autobiography means that you're no longer doing anything. A, you believe your important period to have passed if you're writing about it now.
Okay.
And B, like, surely you still have clout. The fact that you're writing an autobiography which people would care about means that you have clout. Use it for literally anything except self-obsessively telling people about you. You useless fuck. I don't care about you. Just do good thing in the world, idiot.
Yeah, you should write user manuals instead.
Yeah.
I feel very weird about this because as someone who enjoys autobiographies,
Good burn. This one hurts.
but also who agrees with you, yeah, I get it. Like, that makes sense. Why are you wasting your time on autobiography? But also, like, man, but that's how you know how this person ticks.
No, but that's what a user manual's for. That's much better.
Yeah, true.
It has the actual utility.
Well, like, you're a famous actor. Okay, teach people how to game the system and become a famous actor.
No, Koi, you actually just convinced me that the user manual too is a deranged, self-obsessive thing to do, and I should have done something useful instead.
Okay, but I love looking at it.
It isn't not useful at all, but it's not the most pressing thing I could have done. You are correct.
But
This too is weird individualist, I care about myself, brain bias.
but
I should not have done that.
it's not self-obsession, it's
Incredible, but
self-expression.
no, you like totally sold me.
It's self-expression. You're expressing yourself in the most purest way by showing what makes you tick.
Yeah, I don't fucking care. The world is burning.
Oh, come on, nah.
I think I think a lot of the stuff is in there is useful, so it would probably do better as like just writing about those ideas.
Yeah.
If that's what you're going for.
Yeah, I should do more of a, hey, here's how to
Here's good ideas.
communicate correctly. Here's some interesting thought framing devices which I feel would help people be more useful at all or come to grips with themselves in a way which in the end cashes out. Sorry, this massively distracts from the point, but this is a cool thought to have had today.
I don't know if I have
Glad I can help.
If you didn't have the same revelation as me that this is masturbatory bullshit just now, I have a user's manual on my website, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is an unhinged, very long ramble about my general processes, communication etiquettes, etc., in such a way that you will not come across as a fool if you ever talk to me. This is the wrong framing, and yeah, I'm generally an approachable person, etc., etc. Back to Classpecting.
I'm really trying very hard to find your user manual in a natural way.
It's ouroborista.cafe/manual. It's not hard to find.
Right, but I don't find a link to it anywhere.
Do slash cafe or slash manual.
Oh, yeah, you go on About Me. Or like, who the fuck am I think is the page on the page.
Mm-hmm.
There exists a user's manual for this creature that is me. Okay. That is pretty buried, which I guess shields you somewhat from the fact of this total hingeless behavior.
But look, okay, look. Think of it this way. Some people find it very useful to have like examples of people laying themselves bare. Like the idea of relatability, the interaction of relatability is very useful to some people. Like I don't know like entirely what they all get from it, but I understand that it's very useful, like knowing that other people like feel this way. It validates them in some way. It gives them confidence to then engage with their own issues.
Well, there's also like
this is true.
There's a Soulsian aspect to having the user manual be difficult to get to in the first place, because it starts out as a filter for, like, it would screen out anybody who won't read it anyway, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't trying to hide it. Maybe subconsciously. My main thought is it's one of the least well-written things on the website, because it's a very pragmatic thing. It's not supposed to be an artful bit of writing. No, like, it's not like it hasn't gone over one edit, because I have standards. Ouroboros.cafe/glossary #standards. I'm so sorry. But
I don't know. I think everything in there is pretty good. So.
Your standards page is missing.
No, you can do the link I just said. It's in the glossary. It's not in the manual.
Ouroboros.cafe/standards didn't take me there.
/glossary #standards.
/glossary.
You gotta do it right.
Standards.
You just gotta do it right.
Anyway, so it's somewhat buried in that it's not a good piece of writing. I would not want to showcase it as a thing to just read for pleasure. Though, yes, I agree. Some people would get something out of it. That's what I originally liked about Beatrice and that whole crowd. Like insomnia analysis, all that stuff. I do a bit less so now, though still, and especially as a teen, it's very interesting to see the minds of people, especially ones which aren't super adhering to some standard of normalcy, actually trying to explain themselves in some meaningful way. There's definitely usefulness about this, and if I can help lost teens, that would be a tremendous pleasure to me. I would be so happy to have helped anyone in this way.
You know, you're not even the first person that I know who has a glossary.
Wow, I sure hope it's not the one I'm thinking.
Mask also has a glossary.
Yeah.
Wait, who? Sorry?
Mask has a glossary.
Mask, I see.
I read that as well. I really liked that as well.
Oh yeah, no, I also did read that.
I can't remember if I read that.
Probably not. Who reads?
Good.
You know, I feel personally attacked as someone who has reading comprehension problems. Nah.
But at least you have a good visual literacy.
But a terrible visual memory.
So doom in life.
Yeah, I mean, you somehow seem to have consumed the Classpecting treatise and retained a good bit about it. Like, I liked all your reframing of things. They were accurate. There's definitely comprehension there.
Yeah.
Like, whether that's auditory or visual doesn't really matter.
The problem's going to be is retaining it past this conversation. Once this is like once it's out of my I need this section, it's going to be completely gone.
Well, this episode may not be definitive to Classpecting because no episode ever is, but it will be definitive to you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this will scratch the itch of, I talked about Classpecting. I don't need this anymore.
Right.
Unless, like, somehow, for some reason, like, it comes up, like, repeatedly in my daily life. Like, just incidentally, I come downstairs and Tarbuck starts talking about Classpecting and how we relate to it. Yeah, that'll make sense. That's why Enneagram has stuck in my head, even though, like, I haven't engaged with it in, like, a few weeks now. Like, it kind of consumed everything to the point that it burrowed somewhere in my head enough that I can vaguely point to it. Whereas, like, interesting, like, physics things that Tarbuck points out, like, yeah, okay, that's cool, but, like, 5 seconds from now, it's already gone because I have nothing to, like...
pin it to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not immediately relevant, which creates a weird situation where I am insanely good at the weird intricacies of the systems of my job. I just can't do anything really important outside of that. like
cook a meal.
Yeah, I can't cook, but I can sure tell you about the systems that we use and the specific processes that we have for specific customers and when we use it and why we use it. Yeah, but I can't tell you what camarilla oil is or how to put out, like, grease fires or shit.
Camellia oil.
Camarilla oil. I don't know.
Specialization is good.
I am explicitly against specialization.
Yeah. Specialization is my only mode of operation. That's why I know so many things about Degrassi, but I can't tell you anything about other things.
You're right, but the Degrassi is in there. It's stuck. If you could go 6 months without watching a single episode and still have all access to all of it. That's the thing that I want for you.
Well, like, yeah, but it's like, it's the stuff that doesn't ultimately matter. Like, yes, okay, it's great that I'm so good at the stupid intricacies of my job, but I don't know, I would like to be able to understand, like basic things about my own home.
It would be nice to be able to reliably mend your own clothing.
Yeah, it'd be nice to reliably mend my own clothing. It'd be nice to reliably understand when a situation is like something going wrong in the home is dangerous versus, maintenance can come by in a couple weeks. That's fine.
Yeah.
I got so deep on that rant that I don't even know how we got on here.
So
moving on.
Doom and life.
Yeah.
Doom and life. All right. So what we had just with the Hope and Rage, you might have seen the sort of like material versus abstract kind of thing going on. So similar thing here. Life is there's similarities to Hope in the sense of envisioning something, but life is the more active version of that. Like, you're actively trying to cultivate something in a top-down type of way, that could be a system, or like an ecosystem, or even just in your life. Like, what is this going to grow into? Like, am I seeding useful things that I would like to exist?
The symbol is vines because you're doing gardening.
Yeah.
Gardening stuff.
Also to contrast it with Hope, because we had the virtue ethics utilitarianism earlier. Hope is very much the, like, gleaming vision at the end of the tunnel, the thing for which you would do everything, whereas life is the more goal-oriented kind of timey thing, in that it's very much the virtue ethics. Like, what is the environment I need to create? What is the kind of person I need to be for, like, good things, prosperous things to reliably happen? It's like the gardening in the sense of cultivating an environment in which things may flourish, rather than focusing on what the end product is, focusing on what the right soil acidity is, how much, like, light it needs. Like, this is the being a, like, generally well-organized person kind of thing of, this isn't inherently the thing I desire, but it's the kind of thing which generally causes nice things to happen.
My understanding is it's kind of like, it's laying the groundwork to set up for that ideal situation, person. Further along in the future, it's doing the grunt work now to ideally get to that point in the end.
Somebody who's out there fighting the good fight for the life aspect might have a lot of teal mana.
Yeah.
Teal mana. That's different.
Nobody will know what that means unless I like edit that thing and put it out.
Oh, okay. That
Oh, right. Yeah, that never came out. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm just gonna do it again
Yeah,
or something. Whatever.
Let's that's
Unless I
another
read into
How
it.
about the taste
idea.
test episode?
Say again.
How about that taste test episode that we recorded when I was in the States?
Yeah, that was over a year ago, right?
Yeah.
6 months ago. There.
Sure was.
I think 6 months ago at this
I don't think we're bullying each other enough.
When Oro was here.
I don't
No,
even
that was
want
a
it
long
edited. I
time
just
ago.
want the footage
Oh,
sent
fuck,
to
wait, no,
me.
what? No, that has to be. No, but 6 months ago was Christmas, so that was not.
Uh-huh.
When is time? Okay.
And you said you're a time player.
That's not what that means. I had a point, but you distracted me. Never mind. Moving on.
So I feel a lot of resonance with life as an aspect because a lot of the things that I do are set up for the future or cultivation oriented. Like I am the number one virtue ethics guy that I know and virtue oriented in a lot of ways outside of just ethics, where I'm interested in principles and like values and the reconciliation of those values and the development of them within yourself as a way to make a generalized toolkit to apply to all problems in all domains. And the like I'm highly interested in creating on-ramps for other people so they can be cool like me.
You know, I was just thinking, I think life is basically creating the Rube Goldberg machine of things where, like, once making it so that when you just let it go, things will go exactly the way you want, like, on their own. But, like, you know, you need to actually build that. You gotta build the ramps. You gotta build the turny thingamabobs, you know?
And when they inevitably don't quite, when there's like edges of this thing that are like either problems or things that fall by the wayside, that is more in the domain of doom, where it's like, now that like stuff has happened, like has been set up in this way, what are the consequences of that, and what are we left with, and how do you deal with those things and take those things and sort of refurbish them? Like antiquity, for example, is sort of like a theme within Doom, like this technology left over that's still very usable.
Or like not usable, but fixable or recyclable in some way.
Yeah.
Gonna cite my video, Poverty is Time Travel.
Yeah, Doom has like sort of been misunderstood, but I think in contrast to life, it's more clear like what all it can do. Like it's not just about like sitting and suffering or like understanding the pain of the world, but like that's part of like it has an ear to that, and like that's part of why it can be such a vital thing, is like all these like pain points. It's like how do we get rid of those? Like because we're like just taking like ambient damage for no reason. Like this can be zoomed in on, and
Yeah, the failures and breakdowns of such environments in which critters exist and either flourish or perish.
more down in the dirt.
This seems like the axis that is concerned with systems
Yeah.
rather than if Hope and Rage was the goals axis, then Life and Doom is the systems axis.
Absolutely.
Where
And together, these two axes say a lot about society.
Yeah.
They do.
Life and Doom. Life is like, we should build systems, and Doom is like, oh god, someone else built systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm like very happy about your earlier sympathies towards life, both because like my struggle thinking about your aspect and like interested to hear, we'll get to it later, that you like identify yourself as Doom now, which was my pitch for you. But life was definitely in consideration. And the other thing which like tickles me about it, after having recorded the alternative magic color theory episode that no one will ever get to see because it will like never see the light of day. I'm stating now, is that this to me is the experience you had for me about orange mana, because life very much is the fascism aspect also. It has a lot of virtuous things, a lot of good things that you can lock in as, yeah, this would be really cool if someone did it right. But when they don't, it sure just is my fucking way or the highway. I'll force you into these patterns because they're what I think creates virtuous societies. You're queer in some way? No, you're fucking not.
Oh,
That
dear.
does not fit the schema.
Want to download your music? No, you're streaming it now.
To cite the tagline of the very good podcast Games Studies Study Buddies, the social is predicated upon its exclusions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the flip side to like building a particular system, is like it has to be defined by what it's not. So if you're building something that is excluding things, you have to be really careful about what's being excluded, what's not being brought under the umbrella, because otherwise it's like very much getting the shaft.
Yeah. And, I mean, we'll get to the other axis later, but there is another aspect which is very much more the build systems from the bottom up thing, of trying to describe what they're trying to work with it, trying to, like, see where the materials are leading, whereas life is very much the build systems from the top-down approach of, here's what I think would work, let's fit everything into that and it will work much, much better, which sometimes, in the abstract, can be true at all. That's like, sure, can be true about program infrastructures ever at all. Rust is a very life programming language to everyone to whom that means anything. But yeah, you better make sure that your first principles are any good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it. I'm interested in getting to breath then, because if hope and life are on either side of this one aspect, then I'm interested in what is contained within that aspect. Because
Me too.
it should be the center point to these two ideas.
Do we want to move on to that axis, or?
I don't know. I don't feel like we've talked much about Doom, actually.
Yeah.
Right. We want to
I think we
unpack
need to
Doom's.
describe that.
Right, because I feel like Doom, as it has been phrased to me, is highly concerned with inevitability.
Yeah, that's my read on it too, and I'm not sure I quite understand Doom. Like, I feel like it's the same situation with Rage for me that I'm trying to avoid, where I'm trying to avoid viewing it as the literal word or understanding it via the literal word.
Right. Like, I like the idea of bottom-up system building, and it's if life is a top-down system build, which I often engage in, I would like to see how you get Doom out of bottom-up system building.
Yeah, how do you get someone who's
I
not
guess-
just like, lamenting the system that they're given? Like, how do you interact with that other than that?
I suppose it would be thinking very much first about like the consequences of every single step you're going with, and so you're like very refining each of those pieces before you're like putting it all together, so that it does not act in a way that you don't want it to, that is going to cause damage somewhere.
So a Doom systems approach is to think, tread carefully, for your actions are permanent.
Yeah. I like have a very high concept frame for this, and one that I can compress to 4 people in the audience by saying Moloch. And then to the rest of you by saying the following. The way in which Doom is bottom-up systems is that the place you currently hold in whatever world you are in is one determined by a bunch of decisions taken on behalf of you, by your predecessors, by nature, etc., that you had no part in. There was always a replicator, a system that worked well enough to be preserved through evolution, through system dynamics, etc. Being a carnivore, a hunter, etc., was vaguely useful in ways. A bunch of your general brain malfunctions served a purpose at some point, even if they maybe don't do so anymore. Like, there were a bunch of things which over the course of history were locked in due to the things that were there, due to what was available. And now you are stuck in the aftermath, and you will have to somehow deal with that. That is doom. That is the inevitability of your atoms. The way in which you now live amidst the detritus of things that were perfectly reasonable decisions in the moment.
Say that louder.
I don't know if this is actually the case, but like based off that explanation, I'm questioning, am I Doom?
And one of the problems that I have with conceiving of myself as a Doom player is because I believe in agency, and Doom is anti-agency in its beliefs. Or
It is.
Beyond beliefs, it is anti-agency in its framing. Like, to concern yourself with agency is is the wrong approach from a Doom perspective.
Yeah, because it's entirely out of your control. Like, these are all decisions made by other people. You're just dealing with the shit that comes with it.
It's, well, the boat is here. The needle has been scratched in this way, so it's like, where are you going to steer it now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I would say in the same way in which Rage will still have to build something after the fact, and in a way in which Life and Hope are somewhat useless, and that Life will have to make sure that the environment it creates is actually good for the thing it wants to create, or rather is good for things that are worth creating, not just the specific small subset that they are focusing on. And Hope might never get to their gleaning vision if they just keep filing on it, but never make sure the actual ways of instantiating it. Doom is, at the end of the day, just a framing, and it can be used detrimentally and positively. Like, the way I would say that a healthy Doom player works is, okay, a bunch of this environment is things I'll just have to deal with. Here is, like, the small pocket of agency I have. Like, agency is not the way of the world. Agency is a rarity that needs to be treasured wherever it pops up. Like, this is my one small bit of steering in this world that has been heavily skewed in some way, possibly very, very not in my favor. Here's what I get to do. This is, again, this is not in the material. The material of the world, the universal metaphor is the shit I am stuck with. This is like the color contrasting small thing that sticks out. Here's my ticket out. Here's where I need to put my agency, because this is not the way of the world. This is the special thing. Again, it's the way in which you frame most of everything. That is usually your aspect.
Yeah.
And Doom is, agency is not the way of the world. Agency is rare.
I think there's a similar thing there with like the void and light, where like the void like is only has a certainty in like what you're like able to prove based on what you have, and beyond that it's like, who knows. So I think similarly there, Doom is similar with agency in that way, where it's like it is there, but it's like pretty narrow because most of what's there materially is like already done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of it kind of like in like the space and time sort of dynamic where is it Light and Doom? Or
Light and Void.
Light and Void. Okay, yeah. Oh, God, what was I talking about? Or no. Okay, then what's is it Life and Doom?
Yeah, Life and Doom.
I keep getting those mixed up for some reason. But with Life and
They're
Doom,
very
like
similar.
life is very zoomed out. It's very like big picture, like thinking about like the totality of everything. Whereas Doomed is like specifically, this is my current situation. Like this is what I have in front of me and handling that situation rather than like the grand scale of things. Like this is what I can do in my current like setup of all these specific aspects, all these specific circumstances. This is what I can do to be the kind of person that I think I ought to be.
Yeah.
So
That's a really good grasp of it, and that's such a good segue into the next binary.
Well, when you it would have been a great segue, but I have a lot of stuff to say.
Yeah. I said that understanding that Tarbuck had stuff to say, but I didn't know where that would fit, so I had to try to use my black mana when I can.
A thing that I am highly concerned with, especially lately, is that we are tasked with resisting our animal nature. There's a certain amount of like instinctual action and predisposition that we do enculture people out of. Things like you ought to concern yourself and consider the feelings of other people. To do so is not natural, actually, and you should do it. The animal nature is to be concerned with only yourself and your own feelings, and to like conquer your animal nature is to be concerned for people in some kind of universal sense. Agency is like this as well. When people talk about IRL NPCs, I think the way to make that make sense is the observation that most people only make the decisions that they have to most of the time, which then is they don't really exercise agency outside of things like minor preferences, like what kind of pie do you like? There are forces constraining your choices, and you can actually beat them and make new choices that are outside of the things that you have to do. But doing that is really hard, which is why there's a player character versus NPC divide.
So thinking about it with the life versus doom divide, life is trying to automate the good choices, make it like automatic to where you don't think about it. Like that's just naturally what you want to do. Whereas doom is like sort of like seeing both choices, doing the automatic choice and the like non-automatic choice, which in theory, like to them is the good choice, and choosing to do that one, or do the choice that is against the system, against the automated choice.
Yeah, you're in the hole where you can claw your way out of the hole.
Yeah,
even if it feels even if it's incremental and really slow at first, you can get that traction.
a very good life quote. I don't currently remember whom it's from. I'm sure maybe someone here will point it out, is the most important freedom is the freedom to obey the law.
Ooh, that makes my skin crawl.
God.
I mean, again, there's like good framings of it. Like, yeah, you want to eliminate poverty because if people are not free to have food, they are not free to obey the law of, like, you can't steal things because needing to have food overrides. So long as people need to steal to get by to survive, then they don't actually have the freedom to obey the law. But like, that is the way in which life can construct.
Yeah, that. At some point, we should talk about how civilization itself is evil, and there are alternatives to civilization that are better than that.
Like, is so strongly tied into what you are meaning by those words.
Yeah.
Because my general frame would be individualism is very optional, and You know that Margaret Thatcher quote of "there is no such thing as society, there's only individuals and families." My take is there is no such thing as society, but there should be. Like, that is my goal. I want there to be such a thing as society, individuals, families, pretty optional, but it would sure be nice if there were such a thing as society.
Just based on vibes, I feel like I agree, but I don't know the specifics, but on the vibes, yeah, I think I'm on your side.
Because individualism is it's a system where we're all like put into like our, like imagine like a comb, like that bees and wasps make. Like we're all in our little like hexes, and like kind of like it's a struggle to even cross communicate and
and it makes everything into a weird zero-sum game, where all gains to you are at the like detriment to someone else. Where like you can make systems that are good. You can just be like a nice machine doing good things for everyone else, and everyone else can be that for you also.
Thinking about it in the hex sort of system, it's like we're all sitting in our little hexes, in our little combs in the nest, but we're trying to act as, like, we're trying to speak of things as though we're seeing the bigger nest, but we can only see within our little hex, and we can only speak towards our little hex. And we're not even trying to, like, look our neighbors, like, little sections or anything. We're kind of just, like, all we can do is assume that our hex is the same as everyone else's, and so what's good for us is good for everyone else.
Yeah, like, it's shitty that we have to drill holes through the walls and run wires through them to like even get an idea of what is going on.
That should be the default. Putting up walls should be the choice. In some sense. I don't know. Did any of you watch the Denpa 5 Revenge of the whatever the fuck?
The what?
Doesn't sound familiar.
The recent way too long no thank you video.
I'm under the rock. I have no idea what's going on.
The Denpire Strikes Back.
If it's really recent, I probably haven't seen it. But
drop it in the chat.
It's 3 days ago.
Okay,
I don't know nothing.
I share a server with the guy, but I don't watch his videos.
It's too long. I listened to it while drawing, waiting for this podcast to start because, dear listener, if you cannot infer by my accent, which you really should, I am in Europe. It is way too late at this moment.
No business being awake, and yet here you are.
Yeah. Actually, I should just channel myself to a different timeline and talk like this and pretend to be in the Americas, like strain the ever-loving fuck out of every single R sound that I encounter, saying I'm parking my car beneath the stars, and like, make every fucking vowel into either an A or an R sound. This is great. I immediately feel so much more awake. It's great.
That I had a thing to respond to.
I also was gonna make a point about this video. Sorry.
Here we are.
Yeah. I'm gonna briefly call out that before we get too far away from it, the civilization thing. My thinking on it was upon civilization as a word comes out of this Andrewism video from semi-recently, which I can drop in the chat if anybody's interested.
I don't know who that is. Sure.
Anyway, say your thing about no thank you.
Dotesmite in this video makes the point that some communist leftist aligned people have a weird bias towards going, well, what everyone actually wants is to be part of a community, part of a greater collective, and spend all their time amongst other people in a way that she finds disturbing and not what she wants, seeing how she usually becomes not really alienate, but at least like doesn't greatly enjoy the experience of being super enmeshed with a social network in the moment. And like I can make points that that's part of the alienated environment that we currently live in, but like there are always gonna people who just don't necessarily enjoy people. Like you will have to account for the various different shapes that brains take, and some people are always not going to have fun with that. So, like, opting out should always still be an option. Like, you should be able to do a small little thing in a pocket, but that should be the exception rather than the rule, which it currently is.
Yeah. And as someone who actively, like, who was made incredibly uncomfortable by human interaction, who effectively, actively seeks to close myself off as much as possible, I gotta say, like, facilitating spaces, facilitating situations and environments for people to come together and be community, be like, the ideal, like, situation of society where it's all very, resources and aid, sort of like a community, like grassroots, very like mutual aid type situations. Good, great.
Yeah.
I don't really want to talk to you guys, but I'm glad that fucking exists. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I strongly agree. I frequently have the experience of, hey, just tell me what you want of you. I would like to do a service of you. I would like to be of help and just be like a useful little critter out in this world. I don't want to have a fucking conversation. Just leave me alone. Just tell me what you want. I'll do it. I'm like happy to be socially beneficial.
It is so nice to hear someone like you say that, like someone who I really respect. As someone who's really good with words and learned, like to say that, like, I feel so validated in some way, and yes. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but yes.
Like you've just had it confirmed by a person that you kind of look up to, that your feelings are legitimate.
Yeah, like, it's not like I'm not defective for feeling this way, like, for disliking the idea of having to, like,
ever talk to someone again?
Do the act of communication. Like, such a horrid thing. I don't know why anyone does it, but no. Like, that's the very extreme. I do not stand by it. Like, communication good, but also it's not hashtag not for me.
Options
communication
building.
Can be fun, but like everything, it's like a thing that needs its correct setting. And
everything in moderation.
It's not like in moderation.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, doing a nice thing for people, again, being a little machine fulfilling its purpose, is always a nice feeling.
Yeah, I'm not about to yuck someone's yum, but
Okay. I'm cautious with that. Feels nice to be a useful machine, kind of thing, because it's like, if you to call back to the Enneagram episode, that's kind of my main problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to fall into holes.
It sure would be nice if Oro could have listened to that episode.
Okay.
It's coming out.
I mean, despite on an emotional level agreeing with Vamp and agreeing that this is a fine thing to be, like, yes, it's like everything, it has its failure modes. And failure modes that, admittedly, I'm kind of bad at managing. Because it does feel nice, and it takes work to be like, okay, am I doing something nice for someone who is themselves a good person? Is this being virtuous, etc.? You want to, at the end of the day, still look like the end effect instead of just like chasing hedonic highs of having been useful. I fully agree, because otherwise you can be just a cog in the machine, or contributing to some fascist war machine in the worst case. And again, it's like really, really important to build systems around you which force you to be good, not just to outsource your willpower, but also somewhat outsource to people whom you trust to have a good moral compass your goodness. Like, make sure your agencies, your willpower, your work is steered in a direction that is socially beneficial, rather than just feels nice because you helped someone, anyone at all, when they might abuse your free labor at the cost of others.
It goes back to the like trouble trying to be cognizant of your nature and trying to be able to work against it. Like if your nature is just I need to be as useful as possible, I need to be as productive as possible, I need people to see value within me when they view me, when they view what I do, like trying to go against that very nature and make sure, or not just go against it, but specifically make sure it's being directed to something you want it to be directed to towards something good. Like you said, like, is it being like, am I adding into the fascist machine, or am I actually building something that I agree with? Am I being productive towards a better future, or just the cog in the machine that I've been dealt?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I do want to specify that when I say resisting your nature, I mean things like you have to teach people to value consent.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Rather than even going so far as to address the cultural conditioning.
Yeah,
but,
I guess.
But yes, I do agree with you.
Yeah, I guess I suppose I think of like cultural conditioning as being entangled a little bit in nature, as in like the nature that you currently inhabit, that you currently possess.
My dear, we call that nurture.
Well, like what you currently, when you dig down deep into yourself, what are your current core factors? Not necessarily what you were born with, like what you came into this world with, but what you currently consist of, which is a mixture of nature and nurture.
Yeah, the thing that I repeatedly emphasize whenever this comes up is that the problem with nature and nurture is that both of them are anti-agency.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't factor for any idea that you could choose to do something different.
Yeah, you need to get your hands on that dynamic.
Yeah.
Start shaping it.
You could take the reins as a player, take the reins as like the Sims player in this case, and see like, okay, yeah, I was dealt this hand, and like naturally I want to go this way, but I could just not.
I actually have this whole like taxonomy of nature and nurture and other forces that I would love to talk about on an episode.
Shoot, we did it again. I helped. I am part of the problem. Dear God.
Problem solution, actually. Now, we have potholed on Doom and Life for such a long time, partly because I'm very aware that this is my primary character axis.
So it's really your fault, honestly.
When we talk about, generally people just throw the phrase two-dimensional character, three-dimensional character, etc. But character dimension is specifically when you have two factors or two values or two modes that both pull on you and you are leaning in one direction or another at different parts in the story. Like, Rarity, the pony from My Little Pony, has on one end generosity, the element of generosity, and on the other end, all of her like artificial concerns of fashion and status and fanciness.
Artifice of some way. Yeah.
And when those two aspects are opposed to each other in your story, then that's where your character drama is, and that is what a character dimension is. And thus, I submit to you that most people don't even have one dimension. Most people have a single aspect. and even if you don't believe that about people, you definitely should believe that about characters. Most characters, even in shows you like, your favorite character may not have a whole dimension.
I think that's one of the biggest troubles I have, like, with being a writer, is, like, I can see the... Like, I think of my characters in terms of, like, the things that they're combating, whereas, like, naturally, people won't see that. They won't reflect that reflect on that aspect of themselves. They won't see their lives as like a sort of like conflict with something within themselves. It'll be an external conflict of some sort, and everything they do just makes sense.
Yeah, your character dimension is your internal tension.
Yeah.
So I like, whether I'm a Doom player or a Life player, my primary character dimension at this part in my narrative is along this axis.
Yeah.
And you can probably pick any two aspects, and the more distant, the more evocative in my head, but you could probably pick any two and write an interesting narrative about a character who has that as their primary dimension.
Yeah,
For sure.
There's... Okay, 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is, there's something that I really like about Classpecting as a personality matrix is that it has inherently this dimension aspect to a character, where in a bunch of media analysis, when someone is enmeshed with a concept cluster, the other half of it, the non-good half of it, the half that doesn't lead into their resolution, is seen as just a flaw or the doubt or whatever, when no, that is like an inherent part of the process. Like, this whole access is the character, and them leading somewhere does not work if you cut it off at the middle. It simply does not. That's something I really like about this. And then also, Rarity as like a very good character in My Little Pony, whom I intensely like for this, having this intense amount of skill and practice in something that is generally socially framed as, cunning, as, like, in Harry Potter terms, like, Slytherin, this bad type of social competence of being able to lock into what is seen as virtuous and high status and strongly signal that and benefit from the boons you are given from already seeming like you have a lot of boons, and using that to redistribute to everyone else. And that is like such a good archetype that exists too rarely. Like, even if you do your Robin Hoods don't tend to be the people who like actively play the bad malicious social game and redistribute the cards. They play a perpendicular game.
Right.
Like, Rarity is such a good character, and this is such a good factor of Classpecting, of being able to lay this out. Like, you need to think along the whole axis to even conceptually have a strong position on either side of it.
Right. Rarity is such a good character because her two main things are treated like with appropriate gravity and understanding, where a wrong-headed adversarial reading would be that she's torn between frivolity and vanity, which
like, terrible read. Go back to kindergarten.
If you read Rarity that way, you hate women.
I hate it about myself that I need to be reminded how wonderful Rarity is. Like, so good, because like that character in fiction is supposed to be the bad guy, the one you're not supposed to like, the one you're supposed to not want to be.
And that
and if you want a bad guy with the same amount of complexity and like the same tension that Rarity has, but coming down the other side of it, read hit visual novel of the Devil, because Morgan of the Devil is a Rarity.
yeah, I can see that. And you have this instinct about a character like Rarity because the topic is so often mistreated that you just already brace for impact that it will be treated in the exact same way, to the point where the idea that these concerns would be treated with respect, it is not within your consideration. You would not guess that someone would write a story like that.
Yeah, you walk into the episode, like, continuing on with My Little Pony, you walk into the episode where Applejack, the very practical, the very, like, I'll get, like, my hooves dirty character, you'll walk in assuming that she's in the right, versus Rarity, who does not want to get her hooves dirty, who does care about artifice, who cares about looks, who cares about how, like, the beautification of things. You go into that episode assuming that Applejack has to be in the right. Like, because you're conditioned to basically be that, and, like, unfortunately it has that, like, added, like you said, like, hatred of women. Like, these are stereotypically women things that, like in media, in narratives, women care about, and we're just taught to hate that because that's apparently entirely based in vanity, based on the love of oneself over everything else.
Yeah, and, like, to some degree, you are right to have a suspicion of people who excessively signal social status. Generally, like at least a pinkish flag.
Yeah.
And, you know, Applejack is a dedicated lass trying to do good work, but so is Rarity. Like, Rarity works her butt off. Rarity has the, like, bags under her eyes effect most of anyone next to possibly Twilight.
Yeah.
Like, playing the social game well is a skill. The question is just, are you doing it for your own benefit, or are you doing it for the sake of goodness? Which she, like, unequivocally is, unless at her lowest point, either for the sake of the arts or for the people she cares about. Like, playing the social game is soul-crushing. It is difficult, it's a bunch of rules you have to learn, it requires work and dedication, and a lot of the time, interacting with people who are the absolute worst and are the reason for playing the social game being such a, like, reddish flag. Interacting with them, like, destroys your soul a little. Doing it anyway, doing it well, doing it for the sake of goodness is a virtuous, really good thing to do, and that's so rare in media.
You and I got to talk about the social game at some point, because that's a phrase that's been going about around Rebel Chat.
Yeah, that's why I'm currently using it. We talked about it 2 days ago a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we launched into a project of, okay, now let's actually describe the entire social game and write a treatise against it. I've been working on that one way. Friend of the show, Roma, is working on it a different way. We should compare notes. Take notes.
Sure.
Compare notes.
I will be doing a good bit of playing. Not even devil's advocate there. Again, like, I think I just made a decent case for why, in the world we currently live in, like, playing the social game can be a virtuous act, and...
Well, task number one is to describe it. Which...
Yeah, task number one is to describe it, and then I think, like, the current prevalent social game is terrible and bad in all the ways that you lined out in the conversation we had. But I think, again, there is no such thing as society, but there should be sense. Like, there are good social games, there are really good social games, and, like, I've played them in small groups. They exist. They're just not the prevalent thing.
All right.
I think... Oh, did you have some more?
Oh, no, I was gonna... sure, go. You go.
I was basically gonna, like, tie it back into Classpecting. Basically, therefore, Rarity is a good example of, like, how aspects, like, they have their good ends and they have their bad ends. Like, not like, aspects aren't inherently bad or good. It's how you interact with it.
Even if a particular framing might revulse you.
Yeah, there's a healthy way to do it.
And in fact, a particular framing strongly revulsing you should make you really look at that axis. Because usually you only have really strong feelings in the like domain space that you spend a lot of time in. If something really revulses you, that might either be your aspect or it might be on the axis of your aspect.
Yeah, that hatred is a strong feeling, and a strong bond is a theme of Homstuck.
It is, yeah.
Thinking of it this way, I'm starting to question, am I light instead of heart? Because that's the one I feel most strongly with. Like, mind, I feel like I get it, but also I don't entirely agree with. Whereas light versus void, like, I'm like stronger about that.
It could also be like what part of your narrative is being stressed the most right now.
Yeah.
Like, there was a period in my life where
That's
light
true.
versus void was my primary concern.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because people move in time. They're not. I think of from Peter Pan 1953. It was said in that version, like people remain the same but move about to different rooms within the house. Yeah, people don't work within that frame. They change houses sometimes, and I don't know. That's a weird thing to sometimes forget.
Yeah, and there is some sense in which, especially if you are one of us, and I guess it's weird to call us older because we're, at the end of the day, still relatively young people, but with regards to our audience, I suspect we are on the older end.
Yeah.
And with regards to the Homstuck characters, we definitely are. There is a way in which the things you acquired early, the things you like internalized at the very start of your journey, are the ones you like set so deeply in yourself that you don't even see them anymore most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, I've been on what I would describe as a time-ish arc for the past 2 years. But anyone who looked at me with a hard framing of what is the essence of the thing would see void, because that's the part I'm not even seeing anymore. That's still like suffused through all of it, suffusing through all of the thing that I'm currently like conceptualizing as like a time-coded arc is not even questioned anymore, just so bedrock, so far down. The entire ontology, the entire worldview, the entire conceptualization of all the fucking rest has already passed through this filter, which by this point is the rose-tinted lens that doesn't register anymore. And then comes time.
You're wearing polarized lenses to this aspect of yourself.
Yeah. Like, we're all probably a good few layers deep because we're somewhat realized, grown-up, vaguely competent people.
Yeah. Stress on the vaguely.
Yeah.
Working on it.
Yeah.
We ready for the final axis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we've been helping on this one.
So, when you combine breath and blood, do you get tuberculosis?
I don't know.
Only if you made bad choices.
All right. I actually want to start with blood because I have more traction with that. Breath is hard. Breath is the hard one for me. So, a lot of what we were touching on before, society-wise, that is kind of like the main thing blood is about, is like people in a society, in communities, etc. The roles we're playing, what we're doing, and what everybody needs. Yeah, it is the most material of these. It's just concerned about like, yeah, what are we doing right now, and what, yeah, like it is very concerned with individuals in the set, because like if you understand who a person is, you understand what they're gonna do, what they need, and how they fit in with everybody else, basically.
So blood like clan?
Yeah, it can be that.
That's definitely a part of it, yeah.
Your tribe, perhaps.
Vamp stepped away for a second.
Okay.
We might have to do 2 episodes.
Yeah, we've been going for 3 hours.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Time jumps.
Yeah, just pulling an all-nighter. Who fucking cares?
I'm pretty happy with this though, because I don't know that there's
Yeah, no, I liked all the tangents. I liked most of the tangents we had. There are certainly bits which can be cut for time. Which,
yeah.
you know.
See how much time we could save.
I mean, I thought all that stuff was really valuable, which is why I kept it going. I think we should,
Yeah.
if not keep it exactly as is, then like throw that at the end.
Keep the essence.
Yeah.
Like, there's definitely bits of my moaning about the, like, character personality manual that can be cut for time. But, like, as an object, it was interesting to be mentioned in there.
Even just shaving the dead air, that's like 5 to 10% time cut, and then beyond that, shaving sentences that don't need to be there, and maybe group flagellation that doesn't really go anywhere or add much here and there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need me telling you that you'll probably want a robots.txt page on your website.
I mean, it's good to mention, but you don't need to. Yeah, we could cut the instructional bit.
I mean, it's your project, and honestly, it's like called non sequitur. I don't mind it being a ramply meander through concept space.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of what I really liked about the first episode. Like, it is ramply. It does, like, pretty much all of it is distractions. It keeps forgetting what it's about, and that's very amusing, and I liked listening to you.
The Enneagram episode, which I'm trying to finish, it's like 2/3 of the way in, and we're like finally getting to the types.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Because, and this is a void take, like, everything is kind of about everything, and there usually isn't a central focus. You can't really extract it from the miasma within which it exists.
Yeah, unless you're doing like interview style, where it's like, all right, cutting you off there.
If I may lay my vote on the table, I am strongly in favor of a minimally edited episode, including for this episode. Like, maybe cut the part where we all like took a break and got some drinks. But we come back in and start having a conversation before everybody's even there, and I think that's valuable and worth keeping. And I would like a mostly uncut version of every episode to exist in a way that is like readily accessible.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't cut that much on the first one. I'm not cutting too much on the second one. I didn't cut too much while editing Neurotypeline either, so I think we're pretty much good.
Good.
I mean, you didn't cut that much to great effect. Roman said it at some point and made me listen through the original recordings. We sound so pausy and stupid and lame and like idiots in the original recording. And while trimming it back so comparatively little, you make us seem so smart.
Magic of editing.
Yeah, I mean, the things we're saying are good. It's just like layers of like, the real life awkwardness as well as the digital space of like we can't see each other and we can't react. We're not reacting at the same time, and we're like talking over each other.
Yeah, like not smart, but fluent in the way in which an IRL conversation would be, where you're like just clicky and sharp and on point. Yeah,
there's a lot you can get by just combing this hair. That's a nice
there's a lot
wig.
you can do by just combing this hair. I would need a significant amount of practice to do so, and most people would, and that's worth acknowledging. You're really good at this.
Yeah, these are the virtues of specializing.
Yes,
right.
It
you
sure
can specialize.
is.
You can specialize in more things, though. That's the thing. You don't want to. Yeah. You want to get the 80% and then move on, because the 80% doesn't take that much.
Oh yeah,
diminishing returns suck, so avoid those.
If it means anything, my primary fun with this kind of stuff is the actual recording part. So, like having the conversation, because as soon as it's like out and we're done, like I alluded to before, I kind of just forget about it.
You have a CGP Grey relationship with your own work.
I think, I don't quite remember the specifics, but I do regularly say that was a past vamp. disavow everything I've said in the past.
Hell yeah.
CGP Grey famously says, it takes 6 months to a year of my life to make one of these little videos, and then after that, I empty my brain of all of this material, such that whenever I want to refresh myself, I watch my own video as though a fresh viewer.
Yes, 100%. I absolutely do this. I not regularly, but I make fun out of just going back and re-listening to my own videos, like, oh yes, I did feel this way about Rent. Oh yeah, Rent does have like that aspect to it. Like, I forget my own thoughts on things and have to be reminded.
Same. As a fellow person with shit memory, I reread essays I wrote so often and go like, oh yeah, that's such a good point, and then I internalize it in a different way than I did the last time. And I'm not saying Grey doesn't do this. I don't know that much about them. I do know they're an idiot in some aspects, but who isn't? I generally do read it over with fresh eyes and draw a conclusion from it that past me could not possibly have conceived of, because they were just such a fundamentally less advanced and stupider version of me. They like didn't know the insight inherent of what they were saying that I can now grasp with all the bits I have accrued in the meantime and kind of forgotten about, but stored as compression artifacts within my brain, which is all that a personality is at the end of the day. It's just compression artifacts of all the information you've taken in.
Don't worry about what I said. I was in beta at the time. Said you forever.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So I was talking about blood. What was the last thing Vamp heard?
None of it.
Okay. I'm forgetting what was the gist of what I was saying.
Let me try to sharpen my because I have such a bad internal mapping of what blood is about.
Go for it.
Blood is concerned with individuality and belonging and society and individual.
Less emphasis on the individual.
Yeah, that's the axis. You're describing the axis. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more like individuals plural, like not just like heart is much more concerned with like who am I and like really drawing that out. Blood is like who am I next to everybody else? What's my role in this group? What can I do for people? What can people do for me? What does everybody need?
Like not just what can I do for people, but like what can be done for people? What can people do for people? And
yes.
I guess I'll fill the role that isn't taken yet. But this is what I was talking about earlier of blood is the opposite of life of this way. In the blood is engineering system from the bottom up, from what do we have? Go into the bar, go into the protest, talk to everyone, figure out what the demands are, figure out what the competencies are, and figure out what can be done with this.
That just further cements like the feeling that I was getting from listening to your explanation of blood in the video. Like, blood is an aspect that I admire and appreciate and wish I could be.
I see you as being, like, borderline obsessed with this, actually.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, like, your entire relationship with the concept of family and belonging is all about this.
I wasn't saying anything earlier, but, like, this was my initial take on what your aspect was.
Oh, really?
Who would have thought that NotAVampyre would be a blood player?
I know, it's so perfect.
Oh, no.
Is it true?
Now they'll start thinking of things. No, they'll start thinking that maybe I am a vampire.
Let's get. This means that we're now near the end. You want to get back to it?
Title that whole section "Inside Baseball." If this even stays.
Yeah, let's get some contrast with like breath to flesh out this axis. This one's tricky. I won't have too much, so I will need Oro's help.
Sure.
Yeah, so a theme, there's freedom, movement. There's a similar possibility space thing with space, but it is moving around. It's more like at any given moment, you might be able to shuffle the board completely. Like themes of like breaking out of like the situation seems dire, but like, oh, you can just like tweak a few things and there you go, you're out, you're free. In a larger sense, like that's in a mechanical sense. I have trouble with what it is in a larger existential and sort of lens sense, especially in a way that glues that gap between hope and life.
So is it like I'm realizing I don't think I quite understand breath and blood like I thought I did. Is it like where breath is like blood, like they're both very like they can be viewed in a sort of relation like ties aspect where viewpoint where breath is like at any moment it can just separate itself from all the ties that are supposed to bind and just kind of float freely like a free radical of some sort, whereas blood is very concerned about being connected and the things that sort of ground you, the things that sort of connect you to other points in space.
Yeah. Okay, so my framing of space, not of space, I found it very interesting how very spacey I perceive Koi's framing of breath to be. That's super interesting. It wants me to talk later about the aspects we like don't have a grasp on at all, really. This is more relevant to me and Koi than to you two because you are new to this.
I'd be curious to hear that conversation.
Yeah, no. Breath is definitely about this disentanglement, about the freedom to do whatever, about the freedom to be separated from social ties and society and the framework within which you exist. Like the whole blood half of the sphere, the whole bottom half is about this, like, ways of things as they actually are, society as this is, the real true physical entanglement as they are, which culminates in blood as this, okay, what are we working off with? First of all, discarding either the wide focus or the deep focus, like whatever. What do we have the materials for? What is material reality allowing for? Not even going, what are the goals? What are the methods? What is anything? Just what do we have? Where from here? Whereas breath is a culmination of both hope and life, as in, it's not just the hope thing of what we are striving towards, but the means by which striving is possible, which is the freedom, the disentanglement from both nature and nurture, as Tarbuck earlier pointed out, the freedom to choose the like absolute horrific freedom of utter disentanglement, horrible individualism. Not necessarily horrible, partially incredibly liberating and cool and good, and like allowing you to build systems from first principles without needing to look at what already exists, allowing you to dream of the thing that could be without needing to look at from where you will have to build it. The like general permission to do whatever you wish. It is the thing that libertarians who have the money to actually use libertarianism aspire to. Like, genuinely be able to flex your freedom, your individual idea of what the world should be, and go with that regardless of restriction. That is breath, the thing which passes through every boundary, passes through every chain, passes through everything, and is allowed to be free.
So blood is for anarchists, and breath is for manarchists.
What?
You've never heard manarchist before?
No,
where people, the people who get into anarchist aesthetics because they don't want to be beholden to anyone or be told what to do in any way. People who are possessed of pathological demand avoidance and believe that's a good thing.
Yeah. You know, I've had this thought before of like there's like a faux brand of anarchists that it's very eerily similar in its form to like libertarianism.
Yeah. Manarchist, by the way, also came from the podcast Read the Fucking Manual. Love those guys. Shout out.
Well, my personal take is that anarchists, even the real, mostly good ones, have too much breadth for their own benefit. Like, even if they aren't exerting their freedom in a way which, like, directly harms others and isn't just some extension of super egocentric worldview imposing your own thing on others, but not as they have to do this, but I'm gonna do this and you'll have to deal with it. It's just losing track of externalities, losing track of inefficiencies, which, like, at the end of the day, still cost people resources. That is what makes them inefficiencies. They just sacrifice things which needn't be sacrificed. I think, like, basically all anarchists are breath to a point which kind of fucks them and their societies over. And it can work because it can fuck them over less than capitalism does, because capitalism is generally worse. I just don't think that anarchism is optimal. It's just better, which isn't a high bar to clear.
See, what I have in mind for saying anarchism is like forming a cooperative, for instance, as a like highly achievable form of this. Whereas I feel like somebody who's more breath oriented wouldn't even really want to like join a thing like that, or
I mean, it really depends on whether the position that's open on it is the thing they want to do anyway. The thing they just wouldn't do is contort, which usually you have to do to some degree.
Yeah. I'm also just eyeing the fact that it's black with red on it for blood, and I'm like, yeah.
I mean,
It sure is.
It's got the good aesthetic.
It's got the color design down.
yeah. I mean, the black is just, that's the background of this whole thing. But
Yeah.
usually it's like a brown.
Yeah, like, blood is very much blood oaths. Dedication to a cause, dedication to a community, a people's like, okay, I'm able to sacrifice these things. Here's the bargain we all make to do the good thing. That's the way in which it stands juxtaposed to hope. It's not the thing for which we are sacrificing, it's the act of making the sacrifice for good.
Yeah, it's sacrifice and obligation opposing agency and freedom.
Yeah, I get it. I'm blood, actually.
Yeah, like, the moment Tarbuck said you're obsessed with this, I was like, oh, yeah, I know where this episode is gonna end. But yeah,
it took me a while to get to that point, that's all. It's funny that's the one that I understood the least, and that I was like, in listening to your treatise about
but
like aspects, like, man, this is really cool. I wish I was like this.
That's often what it is as an adult, and it's the same kind of dynamic you see with like mental disorders and masking. Like, oh, I have a system for this. With aspects that's very much, this is the thing I don't even see anymore. It's so much in everything. Yeah. It's the thing I recognize the least, have the least of a grasp on, because it's just so obvious I can't even see it as a thing. The idea of seeing it as a separate object from everyone else just doesn't even make sense anymore.
Can the camera see itself?
Yeah, exactly. It's like that part of you turning to the camera, like making the sort of like, I know, you know, but this person doesn't know kind of face, like kind of like from The Office. Like, it's the part of yourself that, at least the way I'm thinking about it right now, it's like the one that you're kind of like suppressing because you're supposed to be other things in different contexts. Like, you're trying to put on the masks of the other aspects to the point where you don't realize that, like, you're not the masks of the other aspects. Like you're this thing that you keep pushing down because other contexts are demanding you be something else.
Yeah.
And I push this like Black Mana thing on you so hard because I see how much suffering blood as an aspect causes you, and if you were to just take like one step breathward, you would be so much happier.
Breath as an element.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Like, I get the benefits of being breathward, but I keep coming up with like blood reasons to like work against it. Like, no, you obviously can't just like flit about between like and ignore obligations. Like, you know, be like not what's the word? There's a good word for it. Like not. I can't think of the word, but be dismissive, like be not ignorant, but like not worry so much about social obligations, about the relationships you build. Like, you can't just do that. You have to spin the plate somehow. You need to show that you care. And
You can't just be aloof.
What?
You can't just be aloof at all times.
No, you can't. You can't do that. And like it sounds like moving breathward for some reason. It sounds like moving breathward to me in any way is basically being aloof, swearing off all of your relationships, all your ties, anything that should matter.
Well, you're a blood player, and it's constantly ruining your life. And friend of the show, Simid, is a breath player, and it's constantly ruining his life.
So what we need to do is like take our essence and sort of distill it and like you know, stir it up a little bit and then give each other like 50-50, and that should fix us.
Yeah.
Well, okay. 2 points and then what I was actually gonna say. First of all, like, yes, as with basically any of these, the most well-adjusted person lies in the middle. And it's, if you're trying to find your aspect, generally the axis you lie across is the one you're gonna have strong feelings towards. You're not gonna absolutely hate a thing that isn't on the thing that you are entangled with. It's just not gonna happen. You cannot have a strong position on something without, like, existing there, framing yourself in terms of it.
Yeah, because this is a system about framing an obsession.
Yeah, but also, you don't want everyone to be in the middle. Again, that's the thing about specialization is good. Like, often things are to your detriment, and them being to your detriment can be towards the favor of society. That's kind of the void thing of, okay, this thing isn't currently relevant, it isn't the most important, but we want anyone ever at all to be paying attention to it. If everyone just pays attention to the important thing, then we're being very, very myopic. We're having a like hugely monotonous, hugely boring society that like never explores beyond the edges of what is currently being relevant. We want people to have weird micro-obsessions that don't currently matter in order to carry that wisdom into the future. We want people to be kind of maladjusted in some way because that allows us to have an understanding of the human condition and have an understanding of others and not just be all the same person perfectly in the middle. Like, you kind of have to be not just functional, but you have to have a valence to some degree, or at least we want people to have that in society. We want a whole breadth to be filled because we don't want the time thing. We don't want super hyper focus on just one individual thing. That in itself is harmful.
I think I might actually...
Even if blood harms you a little bit.
I think I might actually disagree with the idea that a healthy, well-adjusted person would be in the middle. Because I think of myself as relatively healthy, and I'm concerned with the whole axis of doom to life. And I've definitely improved my relationship with doom and with life over time, but I don't feel like I'm in the middle of them exactly because they're not.
I feel similar.
They're not like, it's not like law versus chaos or good versus evil. Like they're different perspectives, and you can participate in both of them.
Yeah, Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, no, okay. You're framing this as a disagreement, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, existing on any point of any of these spectra is the only way in which it can be bad is if you, like, conceptualize of not the other position, because position is generally just not a real thing in this framework, but of the other framing as inherently bad, because it isn't.
Yeah, if you think of it this way, like for a wave to exist, for example, it has to move up and down.
Yeah.
It's not about like you're too far this way. It's about you're not moving back and forth.
You are having a job within the system of society, and you're doing it well, someone else is doing the other thing well. The other thing isn't detrimenting you unless the thing they are pointed towards is detrimenting you. But like, the framing is still necessary. We want the general framing of all of society to be somewhere like close to the middle, but everyone should be somewhere across it, because otherwise everything will be like terribly bland and most of all terribly like unadjustable. You want to be spread across the space to be able to do error correction.
Okay.
Yep.
You know, this whole episode has, until this episode, I've largely been thinking of Classpecting as like a funny system as unto horoscopes. So the extended zodiac as a good metaphor for that. This episode has convinced me that this is actually deeply valuable and I need to convey it to other people. So I'm glad we did an episode about it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's funny you mentioned having that experience, because like I literally had the same thing today. Like up till this point, I was like, oh god, it's the Homstuck thing that I need to understand because homework, because I want to do this podcast with cool people. And then just today, it's like, oh, that's why it's important to have class and aspect, because they go together to make a more complete person. Whereas like a stereotypical like personality test only checks for like how you interact with yourself in the world in one very specific mode, like from very one specific point of view. But having like the both ways to like makes a fuller and complete person. Like, you know, you have your aspect, but like, how do you use your aspect? This is great, actually, guys. Why didn't everyone else think of this?
Hell yeah. I am so glad to hear that.
I think it's got like once you can get a sort of understanding of it and get past there's a lot, like there's classes and their aspects, and there's a lot to each of them. Once you can get past that, I think of it kind of in terms of Enneagram, where it's like it's got its specific use to understand yourself and like understand other people a little bit. But like for me specifically, I'm more concerned with like ways to understand the self and sort of like map out like, okay, like this is where my core problems might lie and like that sort of stuff.
Like, I now consider Enneagram to be required reading. I really hope that episode 2 comes out in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
This episode has convinced me that Classpecting is required reading.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Coy's Classpecting video, it's not Classpecting, Enneagram video, along with the Script Man videos about Enneagram, suddenly convinced me that that's not just a bullshit horoscope thing. So I'm very glad to participate in the same kind of experience with you about Classpecting, which I will admit is a very silly thing. You should not have to read a way too long webcomic about it. Despite the fact that I think this webcomic has a lot of other very interesting things to say. It's like a cool, clever bit of media, but it is at the same time too long and does certainly waste time.
And says a lot of slurs, which, like, being from that era, I have a tolerance to, particularly in media. But I know most people these days don't, actually. And if you say one slur around a person one time, they like have a panic attack now.
If you are still listening to this episode, the unofficial Homstuck collection exists, which has a setting for you to like disable all the slurs, which like is a very good thing despite the fact that, like, utterly terrible garbage person Geo is involved with that project, they are, like, not the person who made it. Bambosh is. Bambosh, to my knowledge, seems fine and good. Like, download the unofficial collection. It has a bunch of useful settings. You get to disable slurs. Like, yeah, Homstuck is a project of its time, but that's not an excuse.
Yeah.
It's still really good in spite of that.
And I will flag to anyone listening.
It shouldn't have to be.
It shouldn't have to be.
Shouldn't have to
I
be.
say as a Lovecraft fan.
Yeah. And I will flag, especially to anyone who managed to somehow get this far and perhaps have not engaged with Homstuck at all. As someone who has also not engaged with Homstuck at all and has not read anything related to it or created by Andrew Hussey, like, I have gotten a lot out of Classpecting even still.
You should try Cyclonials. I think you're clown gender.
I feel like we have talked about this in the past, and I agreed. I just can't remember the reasoning why, but yeah, I think I'm clown gender.
Clown is the opposite of horse.
Again, like, that sounds
What
familiar,
a
but I
helpful
don't
commentary
remember.
for the people listening who haven't played Psycholonia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The horoscope.
I'm specifically saying things in an inflammatory way because I hope the confusion drives curiosity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to loop back to the triangle chart from the beginning of aspect having domain and material and force, because I don't think I have that. Have you, in the background on the stealth, been using that framing to discuss the aspects or not?
I have a little bit, but I kind of just stumble into it because I think these are, like, Oro, I think rightfully noticed these just as things, like as angles that the aspects just have inherently
Okay.
because of the way they're designed.
So
sort of.
I think we've been mostly doing force and material throughout this explaining of aspect and class, explaining of aspect to you.
Okay, re-explain force and material and domain.
Force is, what is the aspect trying to do? What is the grand... Okay, so a thing that was recently pointed out to me, and I couldn't believe that I had missed the similarity, is someone saying to me after a long, unhinged, drunk lecture, oh, so class is like the class you're playing in an RPG, and aspect is, for a paladin, the god you are serving, which is precisely what force is. Imagine you are a paladin. The force of an aspect is the god you are serving. For blood, that is community, the collective, the tribe, the people around you, the will of society. For breath, that is disentanglement, freedom, the American dream, all that kind of shit. For life, it is flourishing, structure, certainty, being able to strive in a certain direction without much questioning. For space, it is unlimited scope, getting to take in everything, getting to look at everything, the full breadth first, etc. You get the point.
So force is the medium is the message. It is the structural incentives that drive you towards a certain behavioral output just by being the way that it is concerned. If it's the framing, you should know from rhetoric that framing produces part of the output, and force is that design force upon the things that you do.
That is a relation which exists, but the framing is very much material. The output here is the force. That is a relation which exists between the two, and you certainly can collapse them into one if you want to. But the television program and the thing which produces the television program are still forces which can be described and analyzed separately, though they certainly have influences upon each other.
Okay.
So, like, yeah, a force is what, by engaging with this, by producing it, etc., you are causing in the world. Whereas material is the medium, is the framing. Even if I, like, have explained now all of these aspects to you, you will have conceptualized of them with the metaphors, with the framing, with the approach of the toolkit you already have. And the toolkit you already have is the aspect you have. So if the toolkit you had was a hope one, you would have, like, push all of these to the extreme, to, like, what the perfect world which optimizes for any of them would be, and, like, how glorious that would be in the absolute extreme. For a time, it would have been, like, how to zero in onto this end in any certain way. For light, it would have been, like, focusing on the relevances, on what is important about this, what are the highlights, which are the aspects of anything that exists in the world which foreground this and make it the meaningful tool to be engaging with. For heart, it would be, like, what is the essence of this drive, etc.
A void approach might be, what are the questions that this raises?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Domain?
And domain is the thing we've been describing less, which is the thematic things which symbolize this. So for breath, this would be wind, like groups of animals racing through the steppes, the kind of thing that symbolizes freedom. Like, if you wanted to convey this idea to someone, what would be the metaphors for it, instead of, like, you're framing everything in terms of this thing which material is.
Aesthetics and iconography.
Yeah. For life, domain is, we've been describing it a lot, like gardens, or the idea of systems, the idea of a bureaucracy, the idea of a like collective thing which produces some function. For light, it is the spotlight. For time, it is the, like, more abstract idea of efficiency, of the clock ticking in the background of your mind.
Hustle culture.
For rage, it is this kind of mindless distraction raging against the machine, this raising to the ground. Like, domain is very much more the, like, symbols with which you would tend to be involved if you were dealing in this, in these magics.
Okay. I think my last observation about this wheel is that mind, space, void, doom, blood, rage is, like, the kludgy half of the wheel.
Kludgy?
Yeah, kludgy.
I don't know what that means either.
They're sticky and dour and
I mean, yeah, but that's
and
funny.
hope, breath, life, light, time, and heart are the more perky kind. Kludgy and perky. That's the axis line that I'm drawing here between these two halves. And
yeah, that's probably the one. That's probably the one between doom and life, which is very meaningful. That's the one you singled out.
the kludge zone. It doesn't perfectly divide, is the thing. The kludge zone, as I'm cutting it, seems to be on the halfway rather than directly between an axis, where all the kludgy ones together are like goths and nerds, and all of the perky ones are preps and jocks. Lol.
Yes. Watch whatever episode of the Neurotypeline that was.
Joths and catagargoyles, yeah.
Oh, I see.
And this is
I
how
was
you
about to
can.
say it might be called that. Yeah.
It's called Joths and Categargoyles. I do definitely remember that. And this would be the way that you project this system onto neurotyping.
No. I hate it.
Yeah. So to actually do that, you would first reflect this wheel horizontally, and then you would rotate it until breath is in the bottom right corner, and then you're done.
Bad.
That way, mind is in bookkeeper, the bookkeeper quadrant, the order quadrant.
That's me.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. I just don't know.
But also, it certainly isn't, because life is the thing that should be bookkeeper.
Yeah, I think there's a non-linear transform going on here.
I was saying that mainly as a joke to see what falls out of it, but I also do think that kind of works pretty well.
It doesn't not work at all. I'll give you that much, because like everyone is kind of pointing about some pretty fundamental things about human psychology.
Okay, so you, dear listener, dear viewer, may be looking at the timeline of this episode and realize, oh God, are they going to do classes next? And the answer to that, as you can see from the remaining runtime, is no. There was too much of this.
Not yet. Yeah. We're slapping it to be continued.
Right.
Yeah. What have we done?
My teaser for this to like hopefully keep you on the hook. Hopefully you care enough about us to be interested in this. I think I have the same classpect, like class and aspect combination, as Bella Swan, protagonist of Twilight.
Oh God! I did not know that was the conclusion you had reached. Amazing.
Oh, now I'm trying to remember what her class spec is.
Well, I know I class Bella Swan as a Knight of Doom. I'm not sure that's what Tarbuck is saying.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
I have said that before.
Yeah, I know. Where have you been this whole episode? I don't remember shit.
That's all right.
I'm not going to remember this tomorrow.
I forgive you.
I don't need your forgiveness.
I'll take it anyway.
I do have like one more thing on breath.
Yeah.
Yep.
Having to do with why I have a hard time pinning it down. I think it's sort of like the ultimate space which things spawn out of, in a way. Because like if you look at hope and life, they're one step closer to the material, to blood. So it's, they're abstract as they can be while still being tied to the material. Whereas breath is that cloud which they come out of that just kind of like disappears into.
Material versus ephemeral.
Yeah. It's so ephemeral, like it's part of its nature that you can't pin it down.
Okay.
In a way, because that's like that's part of what it's doing.
Yeah.
It's very Abraxas. Gnosticism. Yeah, that's all I had on that.
All right.
So we could do a wrapping up, or I would be very interested in me and urcoy briefly doing the aspects we don't get.
Sure. Do we want to do that right this second, or take a short break?
I'm happy to do a short break. I feel like this is a short segment, but I also need to go to the bathroom.
I also have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, yeah, bathroom. Okay. Go.
All right.
Cool.
Buy a break.
Break time. Somebody's in the bathroom, so fuck me, I guess. This house could use another bathroom, but it's too small. Sometimes, like, I had the idea of, like, okay, like, can I pee out the window? Can I make that happen? Probably not. Like, it would be too cumbersome. I know I was talking about storm windows before we started this. I'd have to take the storm window out, and then I'd have to, like, lean out there. Like, it probably would not work very well.
Gotcha.
But I sure wish it was convenient.
Oh, my goodness.
Man. I should have known that aspects alone would have taken... Like, this is already twice as long, almost, as what the last two were like.
Right.
Damn.
But I feel like this has more explanatory power that will stick than basically any other presentation on Classpecting I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think talking them out is very important, because, like, having... Like, inevitably, when you, like, write down some kind of a lecture... Unless you make it a really, really fucking long lecture and you really do your homework and get all of these angles on it, it's inevitably going to be kind of limited and just, like, going to leave people with questions and alternative framings that would be really valuable to further understanding it. Like, a lecture, you only get one angle, as opposed to all of these angles you get from people coming together and talking about it and
I'm back.
getting a more three-dimensional shape of what it is.
All right. Urcoy, you should definitely check again as to whether that bathroom is open.
All right.
Oh, did Coil manage?
I'll be fine. I don't think it'll be open any moment now, so
Okay.
I'll just keep going.
Unforge.
Rip. I've had to do this before many times, so...
Piss in the street, you mean?
Yeah, piss out the window.
Who
Had
hasn't?
you considered just move?
Just move.
Just move.
The just is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. All right. So,
It is.
aspects that we don't understand.
Uh-huh.
I actually feel like it's pretty easy for me to participate in the framing of the various aspects. I don't think that there's an aspect that I don't get, even if there's framings that I don't like blood, for instance. No offense.
Yeah.
Okay, minor
Right,
offense.
I should specify. When I'm saying don't get, I don't mean don't understand. As the prime Classpecting scholar, the only one worth a damn. This is a joke. A bunch of the other ones are good. I greatly respect Taz, Classpect Navel Gazing, Dani, etc. Everyone, you know. You know who you are. You are not listening to this.
You're talking more about, like, there's less in the brain as, like, what does this look like in practice?
Yeah. All of them intellectually, not always, but often when writing, I'll go like, well, what class spec would this person be? And, like, try to think through the aspect framing. So I feel like I have, like, a good foot in all of them. But there are ones where I feel like, okay, I am speaking a foreign language here, or like something that I grasp intellectually, but even when I've been in it for 10 minutes, I don't feel it in the very depth of my heart.
Yeah.
This is mostly a like fanfic thing. I'm writing a character, or writing a Homstuck character for which I have an explicit aspect in mind. I'm like, okay, I know how you would think about this. I like feel like I'm doing a good job, but I don't feel it in the very depths of my heart what the motivation would be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I know for me, trying to, like, actually apply what space looks like in a person, I'm having trouble doing. Like, I feel like I get it on, like, a sort of, like, high-level intellectual layer. Like, I could try to explain it, but I don't know. I'm having trouble, like, creating a person in my mind of what that looks like.
Yeah, okay. So if I were to pick, like, some random fictional character, like Goku, and think, what's Goku's aspect? Well, there's a couple that are really easy to eliminate. No thoughts, head empty, can't be mind.
Yep.
Really not pressed for time. No sense of urgency on that guy other than the prospect of, like, do training. So probably not time, unless I just don't understand time. But on the other hand,
No, I agree.
not a big picture kind of guy either.
Yeah.
So not like just absent from the time and space axis completely.
Yeah, it's like
Mhm.
I feel like you could kind of argue time because
Mhm.
he's very reactionary.
Mhm. But there's ones in the neighborhood of time that can have this quality as well.
mhm.
Yeah.
I think eliminating axes is a good thing because, like, if you ask one
Yeah.
aspect, like, are they this, then you can double check it. Like, are they either of these?
Mhm. Yes, definitely.
Are they along this topic, basically?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing for Goku. I'm not too familiar with him.
Goku's pretty damn basic.
I have a strong thing in mind, and I'm wondering if people are gonna settle on it, and then I'm going to really...
Okay. Not a systems guy, so Doom to Life is out. Getting I can see shades of like Hope Breath Light. Somewhere in those zones as like he does really care about strength as strength and skill as sport that is valuable for its own sake and wanting to like go towards that as much as possible. He does have goals.
Mhm.
His goals are kind of fighting for Goku is fucking around and having fun. So that sounds breathy to me. Goku does care a lot about fairness of combat and like excellence, I guess. A key character defining moment for Goku is when his son was suffering very deeply fighting Cell. And Goku was like, well, I'm not going to step in even though I definitely can because I don't want to rob my son of the fun of combat. And Gohan is not having fun and he cannot conceptualize this. Wow, I guess I understand Goku a whole lot better than I thought I did.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be hard for that, but actually it's hard because dealing with topic is hard and I have to like really stretch to get what that kind of cultivation of self is, because there's cultivation of self, but it's not in a systems way where I feel like life is a systems way. It's cultivation of self.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna guess hope and Brett. Like I've narrowed out light is too answers oriented, I guess.
Seems too information-y.
Yeah. I guess you could conceive of skill as a kind of information.
But does he care about information, though? Like knowledge for its own sake? Like really getting into that realm? Or is there more of a being thing going on?
He's more of a beer than a knower.
Right. So, if you're thinking hope and breath, you can look at the opposing aspects there, blood and rage, to get an idea of like which topic is this?
I feel like he'd probably lean more hope because he does like make decisions based on like his relationships, based on his connections, like, and he will like step into like try to preserve those connections.
So like blood related?
Yeah, I think he can be breath, but he can also be blood.
It's interesting that you have that intuition because I have the intuition of the other way. Like, what is one of the primary elements of being a Saiyan?
Well, didn't he die trying to save his son? Like in the Raditz arc?
Yes, that did happen. He goes in and out of death all the time.
I mean, yeah, but like, I mean, at the time, like that was a pretty major thing.
I'm picking hope because the character axis of dynamism between Goku and Vegeta is that Vegeta is way more rage of like
That makes sense to me.
Cause Vegeta not being the top guy is like his frequently attitude towards things is, why are we here? This sucks. Why is it like this? Okay, now I'm going to click reveal on Oro's guess here. Air of breath. Okay, well, at least I was in the ballpark.
Yeah, so, okay. my take on this would be, I hadn't even thought of Vegeta, but I feel like Vegeta makes my framing stronger. Goku, both I kind of just want to fight and prove myself, and generally the well-being of people on any given planet doesn't play that much of a role unless it is, like, the tribe, like, the people he's forged a connection with, which would very much be the, like, blood aspect of, interpersonal entanglements. And then, to me, Vegeta is very much the tradition of, I forgot what the sane homeworld is called, but of that, like, the social structure of it, of being a prince of it, of, like, whatever their, like, the general connection, the relevance of that, the social is, whereas Goku for his whole life has been entirely disconnected from heritage, has been entirely alone in whatever the thing he is, and just like a rogue element. This very powerful, essentially free from obligation, just do whatever thing, not tied into any social construct. Like very much feels like a breath blood dynamic to me.
Yeah. Have you heard of the like accent and dialect analysis of Goku?
No.
Okay, so Goku speaks with an accent that paints him out as like the deepest backwoods hick. And this actually resonates with me really well and could be used for great characterization. Like Goku rocks up to some guy and is like, "Well, gee willikers, mister, you sure are strong. You want to wrestle?"
Yeah.
That perfectly, like, I find that charming about him, and it's hard for me to find that kind of accent charming in most cases, because normally that accent indicates racism. But he like because of that, he's like just not a part of society, and Vegeta is.
Yeah.
And the yin and yang drop of the opposite aspect is that Vegeta wants to build himself as an individual because of all of his baggage around his lineage.
Yeah.
And then to complete the circle, the drop of blood in the fish of breath is willingness to sacrifice yourself for the sake of others in your community.
Yeah.
Give that breath to others.
Yeah. All right. Well, it sounds like we got it.
So my answer to my question is mind and life are the ones that I get the least, which I most feel like, okay, I have an intellectual understanding of this, but I can't feel it. I can feel it in my soul.
Yeah, I similarly don't get life, but I feel like I could offer some mind, a peace of mind, if you will.
Oh,
but perhaps, like, what's weird about mind? What do you feel is missing there?
What's weird about mind is something that it feels like it presumes a thing that I don't understand to exist very much, which is in the chess metaphor. In a game of chess, there is such a thing as a good move. We may not know what it is yet because it's not a solved game. But in the abstract, that's actually a meaningful thing that exists. Whereas for a person to take a decision and for that decision to be good, to lead to desirable futures, etc., like for that to be analyzed in this what are all the possible things way isn't really meaningful because mind does not in itself provide a metric to judge that by. I don't know what a good thing for that person to do is. Because if I'm rejecting what that person is, essentially, if I'm rejecting what would be good for the universe as a whole, like the decision in itself, the optionality of the decision in itself just becomes like a floating thing. And I can think of it in the terms of just like distancing myself from what is meant playing the game in a way that results in the kind of rewards that are judged as meaningful in the moment, but that kind of always feels like it intrinsically feels like I'm making a mistake. Whereas if I'm deep in hope, even if I feel like, well, okay, I'm wasting time on looking at gleaming visions and not the way to actually get to them, it like feels like I'm doing work. The thing I'm doing feels coherent in the moment, even if it isn't the person I intrinsically am. For mind, it feels like I'm missing something. I'm like missing a core part of the motivation to even be looking at that in the first place.
Interesting. So you try to engage with mind, but you're inevitably just like pulling it sideways into a different realm to try and solve it.
Yeah. I'm looking at the way people whom I'm understanding at mind are acting, or the way they're describing their actions to me, and I definitely more feel like I'm faking it. I have never gotten the feeling that I'm method acting with mind or life, whereas with all the other ones, I've gotten the feeling that I'm method acting of, okay, I'm actually in this mindset right now, rather than just, like presenting the patterns that I have learned.
I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding mind. The way I'm thinking of it is kind of like first order optimization play, where analyze like basically how to win every situation. What are the ideal moves in order to quote unquote win, whether it be a game or whether it be an interaction of some sort. Basically systematize and turn everything into steps or a sort of plan of action.
Yeah, like the issue is the quote unquote. Whenever I get to this point of analyzing the situation, I go, okay, quote unquote win, but in this conversation we are having right now, is winning being perceived as correct? Like receiving social status? Is it understanding what you were meaning? Is it fostering a relationship for the future? Like, whenever I have to think of, okay, but like, what is meaning? I feel like I have to derive that from any other of the aspects other than mind. Like, any of those feel like they are providing a satisfying answer to that, more so than mind or life do.
I suppose it's entirely based on whatever the person's goal in that specific interaction is. Like, it can be kind of any one of those. Like, do I seek to like use this interaction to build a relationship with you, or am I only here to make you understand my point, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think goals are definitely a thing that, like, mind bounds are presented with, and it's like, oh, you can, or goals and situations where it's like they'll kind of mess around with it and try and find a solution to a goal of some kind. But the feeling I get, I think it really does just boil down to understanding itself. That's the feeling of urgency I get. Like when I'm seeing a conversation, especially one that could intervene in, or I'm very close to being able to intervene with, there's this feeling I get when people are misunderstanding each other. That's the thing that's pulling me. Like, oh no, this is gonna mess up everything. There's something very, very important is gonna be missed, and the understanding that people are going to walk away from with this conversation is going to make their lives worse in some way because they missed each other. There are essential things that you get through understanding itself. You need to, like, a thing with mind, it's very, okay, the, what are they called? From the Magnus Archives? What are they called?
Give me a bit more information, please.
The things, the fears, what are they called again?
Entities.
From the Magnus Archives. The entities, yeah. So mind to me is very, damn it, what's it called? the I. It's very the I coded, where it's like, it's very, very important to see every single thing clearly as it is with no filter, because otherwise, like if you can't see as much as possible before you're starting to like work things out, you're necessarily going to ruin the equation. That's the thing that like I feel is like, to be mind is to be thinking in terms of there is the equation out there. There is the way that everything is set up, and it's going to math out in one particular way.
Yeah.
You can't quite see all of that, and that's where probability comes in, where it's like, okay, in the absence of being able to see everything, that's where probability enters the picture.
I think like I'm understanding what you're saying. So it's about sort of coherence within that conversation, like reducing bugs within the framework that you are playing in. It's like less about any specific end state and more about the thing is to like play smoothly and obey by the game rules, which like, in retrospect, is very much the thing I have written about mind. Like, I am aware that I am restating things that I know and restating things that I have written mind as being, but like, that's a good emotional pitch for it. But like the fact that this like is now striking me as a new emotional pitch for it, points to the thing that I'm pointing at, which is like, I can see this as like a brief glimmer, but it doesn't feel like as resonant or as gripping or like as like rewarding as a motivation as most of the other of them, which like is very ironic, seeing like how I am very often accused of being obsessed with trying to be coherent to a point of dysfunction.
I've also gotten that piece of feedback.
I think the way I'm relating to mind is like with the like the expectation of like things are supposed to go a certain way in order to make them go smoothly. Everyone's supposed to be playing the game a certain way. Kind of like I have a sort of like attachment to routines, schedules, and like the sort of like unspoken assumption that everyone else is going to follow that routine and schedule that they seem to have already like committed to, and therefore they're going to commit to that in the future. And so now I can plan my actions around that routine, around that schedule, and problems arise when suddenly they don't adhere to their expected activities, their expected actions.
Whereas my analysis of that is that you have to see the entire fractal tree of all possible states that the what you're trying to do or the game, whatever, it could wind up in, so that no configuration of states is surprising to you.
Yeah, which is probably the best way for mind to be, whereas my way of thinking of the mind is like the hiccup, the pitfall.
Like the thing, like, so mind is orbiting around heart. It's orbiting around the individual, like to be an individual is to color things. It's to distort vision. And like the thing is, like when I see people like trying to be clear with like to other people, it's like it's in some like limited fashion where it's like, oh, if I just state all the facts clearly, or if I give the right emotional punch, or if I just like insist upon this thing enough, it's like none of these things are like when you're like, to be mind is to see other people clearly, but not from their perspective. It's to see what they actually are doing mechanically, and the way they actually take in information mechanically, and what actually gets them to understand things mechanically. So it's not, I can't just have a larger, like I can't just have a personal structure or rationale that I think is good. It necessarily has to account for all of these variations. So it's like that's the part of like the urgency that mind has, is to be as impersonal as possible so that I can communicate with everybody so that things can go actually smoothly. Like that's how it relates to space, is like how it is big picture. It's like, yeah.
What does the scanner see? Does it see into the mind? Does it see deeper down into the soul, clearly or darkly? If it sees clearly, then there is hope, because that means that there is something out there that can perceive the actual world and the people within it. But if it sees darkly, then we are all lost. If it sees darkly the way that we do, I may never find some sense of myself and will pass through the world knowing very little of myself and getting that little bit wrong too. Paraphrased from A Scanner Darkly, which is a neat short story that was adapted into a Keanu Reeves movie.
Huh. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That's my heart and mind quote for that. I feel like that paints out the axis pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of this will become like, we'll definitely have more of this when we get to classes, because that has a lot to do with how these manifest, and mine obviously manifests in a particular way, but we'll have more on it.
I think I only have like a base cerebral interaction with light here, because several times you guys said something about light as though it was to be obvious, and I was completely blindsided by it.
Huh.
Yeah, I sort of...
Can you give an example?
Sort of get that.
Like, I can see a pragmatism, a practicality, and function in having the answers to things. I even really relate to that, because a lot of times people who are obsessed with with pretending that this question is unanswered and unanswerable, those people are really annoying, because they're just trying not to have answers to questions that they claim to be asking, but actually they're just jerking themselves off.
Yeah.
They don't actually want to accomplish anything. They don't want to do anything. Like, the question is not even about, like, you don't ask a question to get answers, apparently, or to like ever try to do anything. It is just play for the sake of play, which has a place, but it is not like I don't follow.
Yeah, I think I also don't exactly like. I know what light is like a lot of the time. It's a little tricky trying to get into that brain. Like, I think that there's got to be something beyond like the terror of not knowing something important. And that feels close to it, but there's probably more to flesh out there.
Yeah. I think for me also, light feels nebulous in some way. I get it in terms of like opposing it to void, but I don't get it on its own.
Huh.
I get the void people because they're annoying.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, okay. As a void bound, I want to say that again. Everything can be used. Like, all aspects have horribly detrimental instantiations of them. But if your claim is that a thing is unanswerable and unknowable, then you're not playing with a question. Like, you're not looking at a riddle. If the thing is unanswerable, then you're wasting your fucking time.
Yeah, it's like thought terminating.
The game still needs to have a reward at the end of it. Otherwise, it's not a game. Otherwise, it's some kind of Buddhist koan where the answer is that then the disciple became enlightened based on how batshit fucking the resolution is. No, fuck you.
All right. Like, the caricature that I have
a riddle
in my head
is interesting when it's hard, and for it to be hard, it needs to have a solution to it.
The caricature that I have in my head of a light player is the one clip of a guy saying that math is about getting the right answers, like to reduce people to machines, basically.
Yeah.
Do you think, is Twilight light or something else? Twilight Sparkle.
The vibe immediately feels right.
see. I thought you were talking about Hidden Vampire franchise Twilight. And I was about to give a very in-depth answer to that question.
See, I was earlier thinking about Twilight Sparkle as existing along the heart-to-mind axis.
Yeah, that's where I'm not sure. Okay, what if rarity is light? Is that... I don't know. I'm trying to pull it.
I do think rarity is more mind. It's more like rarity is more about like relevance things. I do think that Twilight is like, okay, Twilight's arc in the story that she is in is definitely a blood arc. Like her entire point is
friendship is magic.
Very book smart thing she needs to learn is social stuff. Like I've made this point before in a segment cut out of the Neurotypeline, but the thing friendship is magic is about is not learning friendship, like learning the meaning of friendship. That's established pretty early on. Friendship is magic is about like practical everyday uses for the concept of friendship. It's about society.
Here's what friendship can do for you.
Yeah. What you can do for friendship and what friendship can do for you.
Yeah.
It's very much like Twilight's journey of becoming the foremost scholar on blood, on society, on interpersonal misunderstandings and interaction and building community and living within it. And she's bad at it and it fails at it, but it's like, at least the way the story is written, it is the thing which preoccupies her.
We've been talking about axes, but another can of worms we can peek at is like triads. Like there's an equilateral triangle with blood, mind, and light. And that seems very Twilight Sparkle coded.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
How do the triads tend to work? Give me a little more.
I'm not sure. Like this is not territory people have explored.
Okay.
And I'm worried we'll make this we'll be here for even way too longer.
By which we mean it is territory people have explored, but not in a way which is like satisfying. It works for individual triads, and if they try to schematize it, it always kind of breaks down, and they either get wishy-washy or they just give up.
Yeah, I think there's just so much groundwork to build first with the dichotomies and the aspects themselves that
people fall off before they are establish how triads function as a general.
To get to 3 of them, it's that's a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
another time, perhaps.
Yeah, another time, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not that proficient in this yet.
I can see some resonances in some of the triangles.
It's very easy to think oh, I have a thing here, and I have a thing here. Okay, how do I extend the same pattern that I had earlier to this one? And then you crash and burn and die, or start massively mangling your previous conceptions to make stuff fit.
Right.
I haven't given up on this yet, but people have tried for ages, and they sure always seem to either fail or become incoherent in a way where it seems like they just refuse to acknowledge that they have failed.
I'd say a basic way to think about not just triads, but combinations of aspects generally, is you can think of them as chords. I guess shout out to Funk McLovin for the aspects as music.
Yeah, shouts out to Funk McLovin.
Yeah, good aspect video. Yeah, you can think of them as chords. They're working together for a larger thing. But, much like chords, there's a lot of chords out there. And understanding them, there's a lot that goes into them, I suppose. And they're all different, subtly different flavors, with different, varying degrees of packedness. You could make a chord with all 12 at once. I don't know how meaningful that would be, or how easy it is to extract stuff from that, but you could do it. Or you could do a chord with just 2 of these, not just an axis pair, but you could just do space and breadth, just because, and figure out what's there. But yeah, it's a vast world of meaning.
I'll keep chewing on that for the future. Maybe I'll have something to say about it when we do the classes episode, like a month-ish from now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the
Do
latest
we
I've
wanna
seen.
Put a bow on this?
Yeah. This is the latest that I've seen Vamp Awake in multiple months. So.
When did it get
I'm
to be
so sorry.
11:30?
Mm-hmm.
Whoops.
Oh well. Oopsies.
This was good though. This was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a blast.
We should do it again
Yeah.
sometime.
No,
Yeah.
I feel like we had some very good tangents.
Yeah. Yeah, this will probably take a month to put together.
I hope some lost teen out there feels like they've received a deeper insight into the varieties of the human condition and the ways minds can function, and how you can still totally have like a purpose and a spot within your community. Or if you don't have one in your community, then like fucking run, build a better one, win.
Fight, win.
Whatever else you do, win.
Yeah.
Win.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it's been real fun. Thanks, Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You can find us around in lots of places. Vamp has a channel. Oro has a channel and a website. I have a channel. If you want something like this in a semi-retired project,
How about urcoy?
where, well, they're already on Urcoy's channel. Like, what do you want me to say there?
I don't know.
If you want some, Vamp and I talk about various topics in not nearly this long of a format, in a show that we should bring back sometime, called The Arch Plays, which is like Digibros, but we're doing it instead.
And they're very good at it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Aw.
I do kind of think that our show was better than Digibros.
Oh wow.
Or at
it
least used to, when they were still doing anything at all. Whereas now they have become useless and mute.
Yeah, well, so has the Digibros channel. So even Vic and Hope, who took it over, don't post to it anymore.
is. Yeah.
Oh well.
And yeah, I've been Urcoy. You can find me here. You can find me on my channel Urcoy for some weird, strange things. I just post whatever there. Sometimes, usually not. Or you can go to my website for anything and everything that I might do.
By the time this episode is out, I will have resurrected my Etsy shop. So buy physical products from me, please.
Maybe I will. And maybe you too will.
Specifically, your life would be significantly improved with many cable keepers.
I have an Ouroborista. I have a YouTube channel, Ouroborista, which I might do some things with again in the future, but in the meantime, I have a website, ouroborista.cafe. You can also reach it via ouroborista.neocities.org. If you're a lame nerd who still uses that old junk, you can message me if you want to join Epigram March, which will be a escape roll-like poetry challenge next year. Coming, don't worry about it. Definitely will exist by the time this video goes out. And beyond all of that, just remember, please. Remember.
Please.
Just remember.
And remember.
All right. Bye.